Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Thursday, June the 20th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. So you guys can hear me and see me in the main room. Maybe somebody in our YouTube room can do the same. Just let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. So MGOL, yeah, obviously a massive move so far this morning. This is not a SPAC, but I guess they're taking another company public via merger. Heidmar to go public via merger with MGOL. So that's the news for MGOL. Now, somebody asked, what do I think about it? Well, it's it's gone from 40 cents to $1.17 right now, almost unabated. I mean, there's been some topping tails and bottoming tails. When you look left, the next high is 184. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but at some point, 9.8 million in the float. So it's it's traded the float over double. 21 million have traded so far. So not much more I can say about it. Other than, where is that VWAP? 91 cents is the VWAP, Maybe if it pulls back a little bit, maybe it's going to give us an opportunity later. But unless you chase it now, you've got to let it go. I shouldn't say that. I should not say that. Listen, it could go to it go to $2 in the next minute. So, but it's just not my style. I'm not going to chase this. GRDI, let's see, GRDI. Now that was over $1, got up to $1.40, and it's pulled back. They have received a letter from NASDAQ saying, you know what, you are non-compliant so far, or right now. So they're going to have to do everything in their power to get this over $1, either on another I shouldn't say another one, but only 23 million in the float, probably a reverse split of some sort. But anyway, that is the news for GRDI. Zap back at it again, guys. So Zap, big one, 1, 2, 3, 4 days ago when it got up to $3. So it is moving again, trading higher after the company expected first customer deliveries of the i300 in Q4. I don't know what this is exactly, because when I look at their profile, it says they manufacture and sell electric vehicles. What type of electric vehicles? Looks like maybe motorcycles. Thank you, Larry. So electric scooters. Okay, so not motorcycles as such. Okay. So that is the news for Zap, company out of the UK. Thank you, YouTubers, for letting me know you can hear me and see my screen. CMND. Now this was showing up. There it is, CMND, Clearmind Medicine. So man, it got up to 236 or so, and it's a big pullback now, trading higher after the company signed an exclusive patent licensing agreement with this company out of Israel, Canadian company. This is a Canadian company. Excuse me, some kind of a deal with a company out of Israel. Meanwhile, MGOL will not quit. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. This one, old school, Hewlett-Packard Enterprises, HPE. So I don't know, guys. If you're looking for an AI play that is, it's 1.29 billion in the float, kind of flying under the radar. But this is the news today. NVIDIA and Hewlett-Packard joined forces to dominate enterprise AI market. Okay, dominate the enterprise AI market. So this has had a nice run. 14 to 22, but nothing like NVIDIA, of course. Meanwhile, I'm hearing TPST all over the place. On the way down. I had this as a something that gapped up. Yeah, when I first saw it, it was up here. So now, so some news is just hitting, obviously. Well, I don't know what news is hitting because it's the same news really that popped it up. But maybe this is it. It looks like a financing, but this actually happened earlier. I'm looking at 822 in Interactive Brokers. It could have been even earlier, but that's where I'm seeing it in Interactive Brokers. So it looks like a financing is getting it down. I mean, originally they had some news about data from their phase 1B/2, and that caused the pop. ACB is an earnings play. Cannabis play. ACB is an earnings play. Continues to target positive cash flows after the loss narrows. Okay. LICI, L-I-C-I, sorry, L-I-C-Y, L-I-C-Y. Yeah, there's a nice little break here, guys. So LICY, it's been on a roll for the last week and a half or so, 281, $6 now. And big level to take out would be 624. Kind of see on the daily chart, 624 is the next high. Takes that out, 658, takes that out, 742. So it's got some room. See if there's any specific news on it. I don't see any specific news on it. Winnebago, WGO. This is an earnings play. Again, not too many earnings plays. We're getting within about a month of earnings season starting again. There is WGO earnings play down 4%. Not a ton of volume yet, but you can kind of see it. It's been in a decline for many weeks now, ever since early April. It was a $74 stock down to $54 now. And look at NNE, guys. Man, oh man, just constantly. I don't see it here now. Where are you? I think it had a little pullback on Tuesday. Yeah, I had a little pullback on Tuesday, but look at this. I mean, this NNE has just been ever since its IPO. You know, it took a while. It took 3 weeks before it really started to go. But boy, nano-nuclear energy. I mean, it's pulling back now, but just, you know, obviously the main trend. When was this? This was May the 24th. So about a month ago. This was a $4 stock, 12.59 as we speak. One other one I had on my list was low volume. Let's see if it's still there. Yeah, MOLN, low volume, very low volume, only 19,000 shares, but up 23%. It's been on a tear, but you know, every look at this daily chart, gap. Do not see any specific news today. Now on the 14th, when I guess it got started, I always have my doubts. You know, there is spell checking available, guys. Look how they spelled company in the press release. Anyway, announced preclinical proof of concept data. So that was on the 14th, June the 14th. Right here. Meanwhile, MGOL continues its march. And again, we're in for another, well, we're positive. Certainly the market is in for a positive open, starting to fade a little bit here. Now, excuse me, I did put all the economic indicator or the economic, whatever's happening today regarding the economic indicators. Let me take a look. All right, so at 8:30 we had, I don't know if that had any effect on the market. 8:30, yeah, there's your 8:30. So that's your red candle. At 8:30 we had housing starts and permits, initial jobless claims, the Philly Fed. 8:45 cash carry was speaking. Okay, and then at 10 o'clock we got the Atlanta Fed. And then that's it. After the market, after, well, 4 o'clock and 4:30 and 10:15 we have some other Fed presidents talking. But so really, I guess the next one, I don't know how influential this one is. At 10 o'clock, the Atlanta Fed's business inflation expectations. That's at 10 o'clock. That's one big wow, though, guys. That's why I didn't want to say, I won't chase it, but some of you might. And if you did, yeah, you did well. So here's an update. Company shareholders, they get one registered common share of Pubco for each share of company common stock with implied equity value of 18 million, etc. I'm starting to see a few of these now. This is not a SPAC. Aha. All right. I did not know this, actually. So this is sales products under the soccer player Lionel Messi. Okay. So this is the Messi store. But I'm starting to see a few of these now, that these companies that are trading, then doing a merger, taking another company public, and not being a SPAC. Now, there was some stock earlier that I saw, CCG. Is that right? Yeah, look at this. Popped up to 111, right back down to 77 cents. So they announced a partnership with NIO Insurance Broker. So obviously so this is NIO as in, I guess, as in EV. This is a China stock. It's funny you say that, Ahmed. Notice your comment. Long time ago, when I used to come into some of these trading rooms, yeah, I'd see somebody say GM, GM everybody. And I used to think, man, General Motors again? What is it doing? But no, obviously, good morning. All right, guys, let's take a look at the major sectors, see what they're doing. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy. So 90% in green, that means 90% of the stocks that make up XLE are above Tuesday's close, okay? That's what that means. So that's what these percentages refer to. And you can see silver and copper are at it again. XME, XME, of course, the mining ETF. So there's silver and copper. Just go to the sector status, okay? Nyama. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. I'll show you where you can find it. This is a little bit customized in that I'm just showing it as a in the heat map format or the tree map format. But if you go to, so anyway, I'm just going to take a look. I just want to, before I show you where you can find it, I just want to take a look. You know what? I can give it to you. Yeah, I'll just give it to you, okay? The way I've got it here, if you like it this way. Just give me a moment, okay? Though I just want to, now, William mentioned Accenture, ACN. This is an earnings play. I don't see it on my, because it's way outside the price range I like, but there's ACN, guys. There's ACN, and just a huge move up, really. Big float, probably. Yeah, 627 million in the float. So that is a big move for Accenture, ACN. WRK, let's see if there's any volume. Okay, yeah, there's some volume. WRK. There's a nice move, actually. WRK, decent volume. And Kroger is an earnings play. KR is an earnings play. Nice gap up on earnings. Look at that 15-minute from on Friday. Sorry, on Tuesday. So nice gap up on earnings. Okay, guys, so I'm going to get rid of this. Make sure I'm getting rid of the right one. Okay. All right, here it is. So somebody wanted that sector status, so I can give it to you. But understand this, you can go, if you click on new and then dock channel bar, okay, and click on the show more, and then sector status. Where are you? Sector status, okay? You can get it from here also. I've sort of customized it a little bit, but other than that, it's the same thing down here. Sector status, okay? But I can give you how I've got it if you want. Okay. All right, guys. Let's see what else. MGOL still a little bit of a pullback now. All right. Somebody said they don't have sound. I just want to make sure it's not widespread and just them. Okay. Make sure you guys can still hear me. Okay. So FinFan Forever. It looks like, okay. So FinFan Forever. It's you. Just a bit of a clue, guys. Unless you see all sorts of people saying no sound, it's probably you. Okay. Just as a heads up, it's probably you on your end. And if it happens in the future, the best thing to do is just do a refresh of the room, perhaps change browsers, things like that. But unless you see lots of people saying no sound, no sound, no sound, it's probably you. Yeah, thanks, YouTubers. I didn't think it was anything. Wasn't anybody in YouTube not hearing? It was somebody in the main room. All right, guys, let's see. Anything else happening here? DECA, let's see, DECA. Let's see if anything is, boy, that's an ugly looking daily chart, so I'm going to forget about that one. Peggy, well, you read my mind there, retired Fido. PEGY, yeah, just popping now. This has been a real active one. And every day I seem to sort of see somebody talking about it, but it's been in a pretty steady decline since May the 28th. Very steady decline. But big pop, but now a drop. It's for me, it's very hard to trade. Certainly intraday trade. All right, guys. Here's okay, not up very much, but ASTS, another one that was been super active over the last month and a half. ASTS had a bit of a pullback on Tuesday. All right. Now, if you have our AI, our premium service, and you want to follow the AI, this is all I would do. Okay. I know I say this every day, but it's amazing how many questions I get. Well, what am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to follow the alerts that we get from the AI? This is all I would do. I would try to make it as simple as possible. Okay. So you notice this says strategy trades all. So if you click on from our toolbar, you click on new, and then we have three that start off with premium AI. Pick the middle one, the one that says premium AI strategy trades window. This is the window that you're going to see. Notice it's blank. Okay. No AI alerts until at least 9:40. At least, and that's on purpose. The other thing I would do is in the filter, if you don't see none, if maybe you've got profitable trades or something like that, I would hit that little down arrow and I would uncheck. My opinion is to see the alerts all day long, whether they're profitable or not. Sometimes, the AI, you'll get an alert, and maybe instead of moving in the direction immediately, maybe let's say it was a suggestion to go long, and it starts to move down. Okay. Well, maybe it comes into a moving average that you like. Maybe it comes into the VWAP. Maybe giving you an opportunity to get it at a better price. So I would be following, these alerts all day long. All right, guys. Let's see. Vuzi. Haven't seen Vuzi in a long time. VUZI, and I can see why. Okay. NXL. Actually, this isn't, well, it's not bad in terms of, look at the volume, big volume, 5.4 million, only 6 million in the float, 20% up 20%. At one point it was up here, 145 to pull back down to 116. So NXL, the high on 3 days ago was 146, and that's where it got to in the pre-market. Yeah, it got up to 144, and that high 3 days ago is 145. So that's where it stalled. To each his own. Perfect. Yeah. I mean, whatever. I mean, that's. I mean, I only look at that at the beginning. You know, talking about the sector status. I don't follow. I don't really follow it. Of course, once the market opens, it's just general information, I suppose, to see what's happening with the major sectors before the market opens. That's all. And just to see if there's a bit of an outlier. You know, some sector that's either up a lot, but one stock is really standing out that's down, or vice versa. Other than that, I don't really look at the sectors. But if I were trading, say I wanted to trade an energy stock, I do want to know what XLE is doing. If I'm going to trade, a bank stock, I want to know what XLF is doing. You know, if I want to take a stock that is, you know, maybe more or less following what the overall market's doing, as opposed to like an MGOL, not like an MGOL. MGOL does not care what the market's doing. Market could be, very weak, doesn't care. In other words, this is what we call an alpha stock that is basically trading on its own, not caring what the market's doing, not caring whatever its sector is doing. It's really why I don't trade. I don't trade gold stocks. I don't trade silver stocks. I don't trade energy stocks unless, one of them has some news specific to it. But that's just me. That's just me. Meanwhile, ACB is really starting to give it up, guys. This is an earnings play. ACB, it looks like it's going to go negative. And actually, I thought there'd be a lot more shares available. Interactive Brokers is short, only 6,000 right now. Okay, one moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Now, here's one that just popping up here. I'm seeing IBRX and also CIFR. CIFR. Let's see if there's big. Yeah, I mean, it's not up much, but it is. I'm starting to see it. Now, Bitcoin, guys, a little bit of a pop for Bitcoin, but it looks like it's giving it up. I think it was up a lot. Let's take a look at it. Yeah, look at this. This is what I saw first with Bitcoin, IBIT. And what time was that? 7:30 Eastern time. It was the high, but it's really starting to give it up again. And that is Bitcoin, IBIT. Ooh, guys, I got to race here. I've got to get my layout that I'm going to be using. Thank you, Pepe. Okay, guys. So MGOL just made, well, briefly, a market high. So just kind of an experiment, down here I had the tree map. So what I'm going to do, I've got the large cap losers and the large cap gainers side by side. This basically can cover the tree map. Okay. Now there's a cipher. Now mention the cipher right here, and this is starting to run now, guys. CIFR. Now this is a Bitcoin. Obviously, Bitcoin is moving down though. At least it was. All right, look at Sedge, guys. See SEDG. What is happening with solar? I don't know if this is up. All solar stocks. Let me take a look at TAN ETF for solar. Yeah, so solar stocks obviously are getting hit somewhat. Sedge is moving down. So NASDAQ's up, Dow is down, SPY's up just a little bit as we into the first 3 minutes of the market. Now DJT on the way down. I don't think I mentioned this one. DJT on the way down. I guess they're doing it's sort of a financing through the 200-day moving average. That's a big deal, I guess. Look at that. Through the 200-day moving average. Well, Alex, do you have trade ideas? Alex, do you have trade ideas? Well, why don't you can load it then yourself. Yeah, I've just I want to have I want to have this one up for today. You can load it yourself if you have trade ideas. So you know how to do that, right? Just go to my homepage. Go to my homepage. The question was, and go scroll down a bit until you see my scans and the relative strength leaders, which was over here. Just a bit of an experiment today, okay? But to me, this is going to be very much like the relative strength leaders. But anyway, you can have it. You have trade ideas, go ahead. MGOL, the first halt of the day, MGOL halted. And ALDX was halted on the way up or on the way down. Look at this. On the way down. Some happy people at Trade Ideas. I know some. I think Steve Gomez. I think he's got SMR. So let's take a look at NNE because basically the same sector. See if NNE was no, NNE is still moving down. It's still up a little bit, but looks like exactly the same sector. Let me get this adjusted a little bit. Sorry about that. There we go. All right, so GILD higher after results from an interim analysis of phase 3 trial. So this is really moving here, GILD. So for some reason, I mean, this is another Bitcoin play, mining Bitcoin. I'm looking at some of these really cheap ones are really moving. Let's take a look at IBIT. I mean, IBIT's moving down. So it looks like the Bitcoin miners are kind of moving contrary to what the coin is doing. But let me take a look at Mara. Might be just the real cheap ones. No, I mean, Mara's not. I mean, Mara's up. Interesting. All right, guys. Gardi, GRDI, which is very, very choppy in the pre-market. It did get up to $1.43 or so. Over $1 again, GRDI. Let's see where MJOL could open. So this is the first time I'm showing this blue screen here. This is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's your halt price, 154. This column here, you can't see the symbol, but it is MGOL. This column here is potentially where it could open when it comes out of its halt. Typically, the halts are 5 minutes long. So if that's the case, this will open at 9:39 plus 10 seconds. Okay. So about half a minute from now, if it's a 5-minute halt, typically they are. I would say probably 95% of the halts that you see, the volatility halts, are 5-minute halts. Okay, I'm just going to keep my focus on this, the MGOL, and see where it is going to open. All right, guys, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And now we're open. So it popped. Yeah, so it popped up. It did not give me an opportunity yet anyway. Now, here's the issue. I mean, looking left, you would think maybe 183 will stall it. I mean, that is the next high looking left. I mean, it is so extended right now. All right, here's another one, guys. All right, now ALUR just got halted on the way up. Okay, ALUR just got halted on the way up. Now, in the pre-market, they announced the publication of new data demonstrating lean mass gain. So this is another obesity drug, I guess. I don't know if it's part of the what is it, the GLD-1-1. I don't know if it's part of that, but anyway. Well, guys, here's your big level right there. I mean, if it takes out 183, let me see where it could go on a monthly chart. So that's that high we're seeing right there. So the next high in a monthly chart is 230. All right, now, guys, MGOL just got halted on the way down. Okay, just got halted on the way down. All right, now GJT is on the way down. Now the pre-market low was around $27. Look at a monthly low down here around 22. Take a look at a weekly. Yeah, it's about the same on the monthly and the weekly down here. I'm not saying it's getting down to 21, but this is definitely weakening. Boy, TPST is just getting clobbered here now, guys. This is not an all-time low, but it's getting just getting clobbered. Again, they had some news, looked good. I mean, actually, they probably released that news after hours Tuesday, and then was sort of holding this morning. I know this is showing up in the abnormal option activity, the combo, and also, well, it has to be in the 10-day daily breakdown. It's just a little too cheap for me, the TPST. Okay, Joanne, this is what you have to do every day. Okay, let me show you. I have to do the same thing, Joanne. Okay, this is in our YouTube room. You have to go to our homepage. Just give me a moment. Just give me one moment, okay? All right, if you're on the home page and you scroll down, or wherever it says TI Trading Room, okay, you have to click on that every day. I have to do the same thing. Now, here's a link though for it, but you have to save the link, I guess. But I have to do the same thing every single day. Okay, takes a couple of seconds, but so yeah. So here you are on the home page. So I guess you can click here, join the free trading room right there. I'm sure that'll do it. Or just go down here. This is what I do, trading room down here, but more than likely this will do it. Okay. You have to do it every day though. Go to the home page and establish the link every day. Okay. All right. So, okay. So that's what green is saying. So you can also go to my homepage, I guess. Anyway, let me, just going to find something here. So Well, there's GME, guys. Yeah, so GME, well, you're fixated on this one still, Dak. Look at Zap. Wow. Zap showing up. Where is Zap? I mean, it's been choppy though. I mean, you got to figure, you want to trade this, you got to figure out where you're going to put a stop. Okay. I mean, this got up to 225, all the way back down to 170. I mean, those are wild swings on a percentage basis. So now the next high looking left for Zap is 264. What did it get up to today? Got up to 243. All right, guys, APLD, Applied Digital. What could this do if it took out this high here, 634? So it's got a little bit of, I mean, if it can take that out at some point, the next high on the weekly is 863. That is APLD. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but active. Really didn't see it in the pre-market. Didn't really move that much in the pre-market. Market opens at 9:30. Boom. Guys are talking. I know you guys are talking about AMD. Yeah, AMD on the move for sure. Next high looking left. Looks like around 162.78. Shoot, this was a good one. GJT to short. I did not take it. A little early. I thought, might jump around a bit. But right now, that would have been a good short from my 10-day daily breakdown, 932, 2846. So if you're a little less conservative than I am, 2846 was your alert. And that's basically a $2 move now on the way down to short. Holo, HOLO, guy. So over $1. Let's see where it could go. The next high looking left is $1.17. So to me, anyway, it looks like there's, just too much resistance. I mean, if the next high looking left was around $1.50, that'd be a lot better, in my opinion. But, the next high is Tuesday's high. And then this high here is 132. Now this one was a really nice one. A really nice one on Tuesday, guys. NRIX was just steadily up all day long. It was a real sneaky one. And now this is moving higher again. How much volume? Yeah, the volume is pretty good. 8.8 times normal. Whoa! How'd you get stopped out of Zap? Poe? Who got stopped out of Zap? Oh, it's Todd. Well, yeah, obviously hit your stop. So good for you. I mean, you made your stop. But look at this. Your next high is $3.07. Now, if it takes that out, the next high is 446. So now this is the first halt for Zap. So You guys know this is what I'm looking for. So what I'm looking for is the possibility that when it opens, maybe maybe a little pop, doesn't have to be a little pop, but maybe a little drop below 291, that's the halt, and then breaks through 291 again. And that might get me into it. So right now, there's the halt, 291. There is the potential of the open at 292. Yeah, this looks like it's going to be a pretty good open for it. I see 304 now. So where's that Christine? Are you in the room, Christine? Sorry about that. All right, KBH is an earnings play, I think. June 18th, post-market. Yeah, so technically this is an earnings play. Release earnings after the market closed on Tuesday. All right, HIMX. HIMX. So coming right into a daily high, okay? That red line you see is a daily high. Let's take a look left on a monthly chart to see where it could keep going. Lots of resistance right where it is. You can see in a monthly chart, 816, 816. There is up to 870 here. So, but it's really got to get through here. 816 high, 820 high. Maybe if it breaks 820, it might has room then to 870. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there if it breaks 820, but you can see on the monthly chart, there is some pretty decent resistance right where it is now. Okay, Christine. So I'm just wondering, are you going to do your thing with Zap, no matter where it opens? I can't answer that, Shaw. I don't know why. Obviously, it has not been reverse forward split adjusted NVDL. So I can't answer that question in our YouTube room. I don't know what the ratio was before, but well, it is still okay. There's 3.21%, and what was NVDL? Yeah, so I mean, it's still double. I mean, it is still double. So, I mean, that's right now the attraction, I guess. If you think Nvidia is going up and you want to, get double the percentage move, then you can trade NVDL. I know what you're saying though, but I have no explanation as to why it's still up at that price. Write your congressman. Okay, guys, so this HIMX is really stalling there. Okay, Zap just resumed. There it goes. All right. Well, there it went, guys. Zap went. I'm going to have to follow Christine's theory. Just buy it on the never mind if it comes down below the Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Look at Zap now. Whew. Well, I'm just looking at this Gardi, GRDI. You know, I mean, the longer it holds over one, maybe it gets running a little later. I mean, it has, I mean, there's the high to really shoot for, I guess, that $2 high on the weekly. CRM worth watching. Okay, CRM. This is from our YouTube room. Salesforce. Yeah, good pop here for Salesforce. It's just outside the range I like to trade, but yeah. I mean, the next high in the weekly chart is 240, 243, 244. On the daily chart, 242. So it's got a little bit of room, but there is some movement, obviously. In as you can see in this 15-minute chart for Salesforce CRM. Looks like that's it for the MGOL guys. So hopefully everybody got their profits up in this area, and that's it. Okay, TBLT over 4 now. TBLT over 4. This is a big, well, it had an interesting day. I guess that's the best you can say about it on Tuesday. Got all the way up here, 370, closed down here at 312, but above, of course, Tuesday's high now and continuing to move, probably a low float. I have to load it again. Yeah, 1.4 million in the float for TBLT. Next high looking left on the weekly chart. Yeah, 425. Yeah, 425 is the next high in the weekly chart for TBLT. All right, guys, HIMX. HIMX is looking more interesting. It took out that high, that daily high now, HIMX. And it's got room now. Not a low float, 174 million in the float. So this is not a low float situation out of Taiwan. I saw ZNTL. I saw it moving up. Oh yeah, that was the beautiful short on Tuesday. That's right. The one that I got out of way too soon. So now it's having so it's having a bit of a rebound, kind of a bottom fishing play right now, I suppose. Obviously, the high is way up here at 650 on Tuesday, so it does have room. So Kroger was, wow, look at this. So Kroger, KR, earnings play got up to $55 pre-market. And look at this slide now, down to 51.60. Give me a moment, guys. Take a look at IBRX, see what it's doing. It's over 7. I mean, another giant candle here. Over 7, and the next high looking left, it's right there. I believe 718 is the next high, and then if it can take out 718, 764 is the next high looking left. OCUL making new highs, guys. OCUL making new highs. You can see it right there, moving up the leaderboard. OCUL. And the next high is looking left, 660. Maybe too close. Boy, this has just been steadily down. This is an IPO, Tempest, TEM, an IPO of 3 days ago. And, it has just been moving off the highs of, 43.89 down to 27.79. Would not want to be a shareholder holding on here. And just continuing to move down. And that is TEM. Saw it on Tuesday. Okay, guys, I'm just looking to see if there's anything that's giving me a bit more of a trend rather than, all these topping tails and bottoming tails. Now, typically from the large cappers, we might get a bit more of a trend. I'm not seeing anything yet. What about the OKL? No. HIMX, guys, is inching its way up. HIMX inching its way up. All right, another one. Just okay. Now, could this go? EMKR 2 days ago, it did hit 126 or so, over $1 now. Got zapped on the way down. Big giant red candle here. Now, where is the VWAP? 278 is the VWAP. See if it can get it a little bit closer, and maybe the VWAP holds it, and maybe it has another run. Yeah, I see that the MGOL. See if I can find it somewhere. Yeah, right at the VWAP now, guys. MGOL. So if you're a bit of a VWAP type player, 127 is the VWAP. It's a little bit above it. No, it did drop down quite a bit below it, and it's popped through it again. So hard to know if the VWAP's going to hold it, but APGE. What is this one doing? APGE. All right. Okay. It might be interesting. I mean, it is positive for the day now. APGE. See if it takes out the high. Okay. Market's doing this now, guys. Market is doing this. So Dow is up just a little. Okay. Everything is up still, but it is starting to fade. When I say everything is up, the SPY is up a little. Dow's up a little. Nas is up a little. All right, guys. OCUL. See if there's any news on this one. TD Cowen raised to buy from hold, hikes the price target. Just don't see the price target here. Maybe I'll see it here. Yeah, raise it from 7 to 11. Okay. So that's the reason, I guess, for OCUL having its little move today. Not a little move, big move. HIMX, guys, again, inching its way up, HIMX, the big level to get that it got through. I think it was at 812 level, 812, 814. I think that was the next high looking left on the daily if I expanded it out. So this is a nice move now. Big float, not a low float. It don't have to be low floats. Inching its way up. Did I say itch? Well, AT&T, not AT&T, but AT&T, okay, is moving higher here. And another one has some room. 1886, got some room here. 1886. On the weekly chart, it's the same, okay? So that on the daily chart and the weekly chart, that is the same high. AT. Don't see any specific news for it. Well, I missed my entry on ZNTL. I was looking to get it. I missed it because I wasn't paying attention, to be honest. I was looking for a 5 break. And again, this is trying to crawl back from the devastation on Tuesday. I mean, this is really was a bad one. I mean, it was a lifetime low right here. Okay. So it's bouncing off the lifetime low. Okay, we saw this one in the pre-market. MOLN, guys, MOLN. Probably, actually, the spread isn't terrible. 1022, 1028. And it's had a great week last week. Went from 4, closed at around 7. And then we've got 3 days, of course, this week, Monday and Tuesday, and now today. All right, guys, give me one moment. All right, it is about 10, almost 10:20 now. Here's another one showing up, guys. SLNH, probably a SLNH. Yeah, SLNH. Another one. What a move. I mean, 244, 644. And that's only about a week and a half ago. Another one. Saluna, what do they do? Measurement systems, okay. Looks like it could be a defense type stock. Oh, okay, Alex. So you're talking. Okay, so let me go over my home page, and then I'll get to my scanners. Okay, Alex. I thought you said you had my home page, but that's okay. Okay, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. East. Well, I've been taking off a little bit earlier, okay? Usually between 2:30 and a quarter to 3. I'll always stay later if there are questions, but if there are no questions, I'll usually take off. But William keeps the main room open until 4 most days, okay? So clicking on my homepage link, this promo code is still active. Thanks, Dad 25. So using that code, you'll get 25% off the first month only or the entire year of Trade Ideas. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, use the promo code that you see on my homepage. That'll really help to keep the room free. This is a free room. And when people use my promo code, the room gets credit for the subscription, helping to keep the room free. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get trade or the sorry. You must do the get started, okay? 10 short videos, you download and install, first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows, okay? You must do this. And if you're new to trading, Trading 101 is a course put on by Michael, or a series of videos put on by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, and it is all free. I do a stock of the day video that is free. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week is also free. You can sign up for it. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. And if you do sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. Here's our user guide. A lot of questions I get can probably be found in the user guide, okay? Here's the getting started, the alert window, top list window. Want to find out more about stock racing? You see I've got 3 races running here. Price alerts. You want to create your own symbol list or watch list, okay? No, I don't have any problem. You know, somebody asks, well, how do I do something? More than likely, you can find it in the guide, all right? But I don't mind showing, demonstrating. I just want to make sure people know the guide exists because, you know, you may forget what I'm saying, and it's a great reference, okay? So you might figure, man, I know he told me how to create a watch list last week, but I don't know how to do it. I can't remember how to do it. Well, there it is as an example, okay? So now, Alex, my scans. So you're looking for my scans, you click on my homepage link and scroll down. Whoop, and here the center section, my scans. So the one you're looking for is called relative strength leaders. Okay. Now, assuming you know how to do it, when you click on the link, you're going to get a tab. It's going to show up in probably a new tab or overwrite an existing tab. I guess it depends on your browser configuration. You just copy the link and then file load from cloud. Do you know how to do all that? But there's the heat map that or a tree map that you're looking for, which I used to have right here. But let me know. And I have a lot of other scans that I am sharing. What you can see here are the three races that I'm running, and you can see them right here. This is the biggest gainers, regardless of market size, market cap. These two are market cap. I have to have at least $500 million in the market cap in both of these they don't care. And then here's the halts resumes over here. But I have other scans that I'm sharing on my other monitors, including, the 10-day daily breakdown and the breakouts, 10-day daily breakouts, okay? All can be found on my homepage. So what is Trade Ideas? So I'm going to demonstrate what Trade Ideas is all about. I'd like to show you the momentum scan. And yes, this is something I'm sharing on my homepage. So this is an alert window. So if I right click on it and click on configure, and then click on summary. So what Trade Ideas is really, really excellent at doing is your ability to create a scan and then getting a real-time alert when all of the filters that you're using, all the values are met. So in this particular scan, if the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 3, that means it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. This is what gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, etc. If all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last time that happened was, pretty recently, 10:23 plus 54 seconds, all times Eastern. Okay, everything even though I'm on the West Coast, every time I refer to a time, it's always East Coast time. So that's the last time any stock met all these filter values and made a new high for the day. ADEA. Okay, that's how it works. So if you like the scan the way it is, great. But of course, if you wanted to make any changes, you could. Maybe you don't like the price range. Maybe there's some other filter you want to add or take one of these out. That is completely up to you. This is just what I like to see. Doesn't have to be what you like to see. If you want to build your own scans, of course you can. This time I'll click on search. Right at the very top, the two most popular real-time alerts that we've got, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But you can see as I scroll down, we have a lot of other real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling, get to these icons, these are the filter icons. There's APGE just making a new high, guys. This is my price alerts window. Notice what happens, how I like to use it. I minimize it. So when I get an alert, it pops up on my screen. Can't miss it. I actually put a sound alert on it also. Cannot miss it. So these are all of the real-time alerts that we've got and also the screeners that we've got, the filters that we have. But again, don't get hung up on how many we've got. You don't have to learn them all right? The only reason there are so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So obviously, with that in mind, they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all these different filters, so that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, so you don't have to learn them all. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day and just a handful of those filters, because that's all I need for my trading style. Doesn't mean the rest of the ones that I don't use are bad. It just means for my trading style, that's all I care about. So again, please don't get hung up and think this is way too hard to learn. You don't have to learn them all. And I know I repeat myself every single day when I go through this spiel, but we always have new people. Now, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So you can ask me questions all day long. I will do my best to answer the questions. If I can't, if you're looking for like a particular scan and I don't have it, we do have 4 or 5 other traders at Trade Ideas. I should have mentioned that also. When I take a break between 12 and 1 of the other traders takes over for me. And today's Thursday. It should be Steve Gomez. And the reason I say all this is because we all have different trading styles. So it's possible you're looking for a type of scan that I don't have, but maybe they do. Okay. All right. Jamie is going green. Let's see. Yeah, 25 cents to the green. Okay, so the question is, how do you create a 2-day high? I'm assuming that's what you mean. So now the only problem with this is that I do believe it counts the weekend and also holidays. Okay, so but if we look at this one and configure and search and get in that new high. Now you see, if I add the alert, notice it says how many days. Ideally, you'd love to just be able to put 2 in here, okay? But I believe, for instance, what happens is it counts the weekend. Not that you have to worry about the weekend, but it also will count yesterday as a holiday. So if you're looking, so you might have to experiment a little bit with this, okay, to get the right. But if you're looking for a 2-day high, you might have to put 3 in here, okay? Because I think it's counting yesterday. So if you're looking for it to take out Monday's high as an example, I think I'm pretty sure it counts yesterday. Even though there was no trading, okay, if that makes sense. So what happens is, if you're looking for, say, a 2-day high and you've got and you're using it on Monday, you might have to put like 4 in there because it's going to count Saturday and Sunday. I know it's confusing. I wish it didn't do that. But I do believe that is the way it still works. Best thing you can do is just experiment with it, okay? Give me a moment, guys. Yeah, unfortunately, it counts the weekend, and as far as I know, I mean that's the way it used to be, and I haven't heard anybody say it's any different. Counts the weekend, and then if you had a holiday like yesterday, it's going to count that as a day. All right, guys. Another Bitcoin play, BTDR. I'm so surprised. Another Bitcoin play, and yet Bitcoin, I mean, IBIT is moving down. Guys, TEM. I mentioned this one probably at $27. Wow, another $3 drop. And there were a lot of shares available for me to short. TEM. Oh, Oliver, I really have no. My take on. I mean, look, my opinion. He did didn't do any. Didn't help at all in his webinar, whatever podcast that he put on. Whatever his position is now, I don't have any feel for it anymore. That's my opinion, of course. I don't know why this is moving like it is now. I don't know. Did he put out a tweet? Well, of course, it seems rather foolish, doesn't it? But it is what it is. The first meme got it up to $84. But the podcast that he did, my opinion only, obviously, is that, well, you know what? I thought it was crazy, but anyway, I could say things a little more harshly, but it doesn't really matter. Yeah, but it's very emotional. Some people think I was a little too harsh on what I said. I mean, I could say, if you heard me the day of, but anyway, don't want to get into it. All right, here is this NRIX now, guys. Boy. Chewy merging with GME. Okay, so you can understand why they could put out a rumor like that, right? Because Cohen, that's what he did before, right? I don't know if he still has anything to do with Chewy. Okay, yeah. So there you go. I'm just reading a trader circulating rumor saying Ryan Cohen could be buying a position of $3 billion. One moment, please. Okay, guys. Look at ACB. How trash did this get? It looked really good pre-market earnings play, and now it's down 6%. Just complete fade off the high here. Still has room. I mean, look at this on the weekly chart. 418 or so is the next low looking left on the weekly chart. Not many shares available, Interactive Brokers anyway. 2.7, 2,700. Ah. Okay. Okay, guys, maybe keep an eye on HPE, okay? Hewlett Packard Enterprises. You know, we had a pretty big hype press release this morning regarding them and NVIDIA conquering the AI enterprise world. Or that's not the headline. I'm looking for the NVIDIA headline. Anyway, maybe this is whoa, NRIX really gave it up. Interesting. Anyway, there's HPE maybe trying to bounce here, guys. Get over 22. Now, I haven't seen this one for a while. Better Choice, BTTR, just got halted, guys. Just got halted. And this could be, this is a, okay, now this says news pending. Okay, but we have here as a volatility. Now, William, you're going to tell me that this is some kind of an error on our part. We'll see. I mean, there's a whole bunch of news that came in at 10:20. Set to retire up to $10.4 million debt obligations and setting a litigation with Alphia. Okay, so there's all sorts of news hitting this one. BTTR. Oh, I see. So it was halted. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Well, we'll see if this is 5 minutes. I mean, this says volatility, but like William is saying, I actually see a news halt on it. But look at all the news that hit. Oh, I see. So it was okay. Gotcha. I didn't realize it was halted earlier. Boy, Kroger, guys, is just getting this is a big level now, psychological level, just getting underneath 50. And the next low looking left on the daily chart is 49.63. Will that hold it? I mean, look at the action on Kroger. Chop, chop, big pop up to 54, back down to 50. All right, I'm looking at this NRIX now on a potential pullback. Did it show up anywhere here? I don't think so. So let me So where's the VWAP? The VWAP is 1978. So got into that VWAP area. All right, guys, NRIX. Let's see if we can hold 20. Okay, guys, let's see if this NRIX can hold 20. Now, here's Beyond Meat, BYND. Haven't seen this one for a while. Another high short float percent, 39%. Zap, guys, actually, Zap is starting to come back here. Zap is starting to come back. And did it hold the VWAP? 296 is actually the, yeah, kind of held that VWAP area. Okay. 296. Okay, well, let's see what happens with BTT. Wow, so this really popped up here, guys. Did not give me an opportunity. It did not get down below 499. It just absolutely ripped from that. So this was a 5-minute halt here. This was the volatility halt, so it was a 5-minute halt. NRIX, guys, making the move. Okay, VRIC. I had an alert set for this one. Must have done it Tuesday or maybe Monday. VIRC. I guess to take out that low right there. The next low looking left is 1354. Hey guys, I'm just looking at a couple of my thumbnail charts. All right, here's another one, guys. PSTX. PSTX is making a bit of a move here. 298, 3. Yeah, looks like there's a lot of resistance between the current price and 3. And to me, anyway, it looks like there's too many potential stalling areas. Meanwhile, wow, BTTR just got halted again on the way up. Wow. Just didn't give me that opportunity that I was hoping for to get underneath 499 and then pop up again. So again, if you're looking for a more active scanner, okay, this certainly is one, okay? The momentum scanner that I've got here, you can have it. It's on my homepage called Momentum. This one, GRDI, guys, is still hanging around the VWAP. 108 is the VWAP. It's still kind of hanging around. This is the type of stock that may get rolling later, okay? It's kind of doing nothing. It had the massive pop in the pre-market, got up to 142, came all the way back down to 87 cents, trying to keep over $1. And this could be one of those that later on in the day, and I'm talking about afternoon, okay, that if the enthusiasm comes back, get some volume, it could have a run. And of course, look at this weekly chart. It's got all sorts of room. So anyway, obviously I don't know if it's going to happen, but I'll put okay. So I'm going to put on an alert at the high of the day, not the pre-market high, but this is the 945 candle at 117, and see if later on they can pop through that. 23 million in the float, so it's a fairly low float. Guys, this is an earnings play also, CMC. I saw it in the pre-market. The volume wasn't that great. I mean, it's still only 305,000, 3.8 times normal. But, CMC, if you look at a weekly chart, certainly has some room, around 57, almost $57. Next high in a weekly chart, just over a whole number. NRIX, guys. That was key that it got over 20 again. All right, Knop, KNOP. On a monthly chart, let's take a look at where this could go. Oh man, it's got room. 1069 on a monthly chart, okay? Again, I'm not saying it's getting there, but this has had a nice couple of months from $5 to $8. Probably, it's 24 million in the float. Certainly not crazy low, but it's not high. One moment, please. All right, guys. So what I'm looking at is NRIX. I mean, guys, the holding 20 was absolutely key. Now it is, sometimes it doesn't have the best spread and all, but this had such a great day on Tuesday. Here is one that's starting to move also, Alpha and Omega. AOSL, guys, and this is not an all-time high. Okay, it is not an all-time high, but look at this. Something's happening. Something is happening with AOSL, guys. You can see. Now, there was some news this morning on it. Well, news. Only some analysts putting a target on it. So this is B. Riley putting a target of 40, but this is early. Okay. Excuse me. When I say early, I mean that headline that I see anyway is from around 7:30 this morning Eastern time. So something, I don't know if this is a delayed reaction, but there is look at all the volume coming in to AOSL. Now this is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, I'm waiting. I'm going to wait on that one, DAC, the GRDI, and see if it happens later on. But I have an alert set for the high of the day, which is 118, not including, of course, the pre-market high. But I want to see, and the volume's coming in. Actually, the volume is starting to pick up here, guys. There's a lot of volume coming in now. Look at that volume bar in the 15-minute chart. A lot of volume coming in. All right, now this is halted on the way down now. BTTR halted on the way down. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers for potential short of BTTR. Wow. Okay, on the monthly chart for the AOSL, it has still room to 3904. Nobody's saying it's getting there, but this can't be just because of that upgrade. It cannot be. Because, I mean, that unless it's such a delayed reaction. Because, again, that was in the pre-market. Ming Chi tweet behind the AO. I don't know who that is, but okay. Founded by Mike Chang. Okay, it looks like it's a U.S. company, but operates in Hong Kong, China. Okay, so this TBLT, the next high looking left on a monthly chart is 425, and then after that, 685 has to be watched going forward, guys. This is the first big day. Okay. Going forward, meaning, tomorrow, maybe next week, especially if it takes out 425, it's got room. I don't see any news on it, but well done, William, and your AOSL short. You get lucky a lot, William. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Whoa, boy, this turned out to be a really good one. I did not take this one, guys, but boy, this turned out to be a really nice one. ALUR. I was a little reluctant because of all the frothiness, the topping tails and bottoming tails, but this is now just ripping here. ALUR. And so they did have some news. This is, I guess we'll call this in the obesity sector. Okay. I don't know if it's the GLD 1. I really don't know, or GLP, whatever it is, GLP 1. Oh, here we go. So GLP, yeah, so -1. So it is another one joining the sector. So on the weekly chart, I mean, this is still got some room, I guess. Yeah, I mean, the high over here is 398. Looks like it's hard to trading. Nope, I'm wrong. It's just moving, guys. ALUR. Now, unfortunately, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. This is such a parabolic move. But look at this weekly chart. I mean, now your next high is up here. 395. And now this is halted. Now, is this the first halt? This is not the first halt. Wow. I mean, this got halted earlier, 9:39 at 166. And you can see winning a race in a big way, guys. Up 50% since the start of the race. Now it's halted right now, so it's not going to, shouldn't move anymore. And again, if you're unfamiliar with the races, I run 4-minute races on all these. So this is just going to end. And so the winner of this last race obviously was ALUR. And you can see that it has won 8 races. Okay. And that's what happens. A top 10 list is automatically built for you that has the stocks that have won the most races. So you could just follow these all day long if you want. Do nothing else. Once a stock, and these are the smaller cap ones. These are larger cap ones on the downside and the long side. And the percentage right there, for instance, the GRDI means it since the race started, I'm running 4-minute races, we're a minute into it. Since the race started, it has moved 2.9%. It's up 92% for the day, but since the race started, it has moved 2.9%. Now, you don't have to wait for a race to be over before you click on something. You start to see something moving up the leaderboard, click on it, see what's happening. The other thing is stocks that have won a race before, click on it, see what's happening. So there's the ZNTL as an example. You might look at this and go, well, if it can take out the high of the day, 554, I want to know about it, and maybe I take the trade as an example. Or if you're more of a pullback player, and you've got some moving average on your chart, now there you go. Just took out that high right there. Or a VWAP player. So where's the VWAP for this one? 488. You could put an alert around the 488 mark and see it at some point. Does it come into the VWAP? Now the VWAP moves. I get it. It's not going to stay at 488 all day, but it'll give you an idea. Did it pull back at all? If you're that sort of a trader, all sorts of different trading styles out there, of course. So I find, if you're new to trading, it can get overwhelming by, well, what do I look at? Well, now there's the Gordy guys. And you can see now it's moved 13% since the start of the race. And you can see it's like any other race because it is leading right now. Doesn't mean, well, it's still we have 43 seconds left. Doesn't mean it's going to win though. Just like any other race, maybe some other stock comes. Maybe this starts to drop somewhat. Maybe some other stock takes over the top position. You can see what's happening. Okay, it's pulling back. And Zap, which was very active, of course, earlier on. So you just click on it, see what's happening. Is this trying to hold? I mean, I think the VWAP is 297. So if you're a VWAP player, you might look at this and go, well, maybe this is going to hold. Now, the only thing I would say is it had the huge pop. It did have the drop into the VWAP, popped up again, but now, the trend is down, is making lower highs. Wow, Steelcase. This is an earnings play during market hours. This is actually an earnings play. Is that right? So yeah, so Steelcase is an earnings play. SCS is an earnings play. The next low looking left, look what it got to today. It got right to that low, 1198. It got down to 1195. The next low was 1186. So it looks like there's, could be some fairly good support right where it is. Guys, I mentioned HIMX on that 812 break, 844 now. Actually, it must have been an 815 break. Look at that. Just a beautiful move up. This is the combo scan, okay? The combination of abnormal option activity plus either a 10-day daily breakout or down. If it's in brown, suggestion to go short. Light blue, a suggestion to go long. All right, guys, it's fast morning for me, 11:13. So I'm just going to confirm it will be Steve in our YouTube room in about 45 minutes. Sometimes he and Andy switch, so I'll just want to confirm. So look at this. It's through the, it's right at the 200-day moving average now, ALUR. Right through it or right at it. And again, the next high, it's getting closer, isn't it? 397 got up to 355. Again, obesity play. Give me a moment, guys. Where is that? Jeez, what's wrong with me, Pepe? I really don't know what's wrong with me. Yeah, I was halted. I was muted. Jeez. And it's totally my fault because I mean I've got a big red on this new mic. I mean it just like glares at me red when it's when I've muted it. Oh well. Okay, let me do it again. So HAO halted. Here is your halt price 591. Potential open at 610. Okay. And when you look left, it's got some looking left on the weekly chart is a lot better, because it's got some room 716. Too much fresh air. I don't know what the problem is. Bambino di Oro. I love it. I guess I can say prego. All right, guys. HIMX is still kind of holding in the area. And Steve said it will be him taking over for me in about 40 minutes. It's funny. I never really thought that much about the halts resumes other than, information, telling me when a stock is halted, when it's resumes, all that. Of course, it did that. Never really considered it like a scan. But boy, oh boy, I mean, especially over the last several months, we just had so many stocks get halted and then resumed. And, trying to figuring out a way to trade them. Some have been successful at. Trying to stick to my plan about if a stock comes back down through the halt price and then pops up again, but there's a part of me that says if it opens just a little bit above, keep an eye on it, and it could just start to rip from there. Now, again, these are not to be married. Okay, I mean typically they're just quick trades, but usually huge percentage moves. Well, let's see what's happening with the HAO. Okay, now it did come back down. 591 was the halt. So let me see if it gets back up through 591. I don't like the spread right now, but we'll probably have to take out 6. Yeah, I don't like the spread, guys. I mean, that spread is ugly. 44. I mean, it's a little too ugly. And the reason really, it hasn't really traded that much. 223,000 shares. So it should be in the millions now, but it is not. Now, later on, maybe. I will stick an alert up in the 595 area and see if it takes that out, but it's really got to get some volume. All right, guys. Well, for those of you who follow GME, this is Red Bar ignored may be forming. Not maybe, it has formed. Green bar ignored, sorry. Green bar ignored. Okay. So there's that green bar, totally engulfed by the previous red bar. Next bar red, moving down below the low of that green bar, 2470. So look at it this way. Trend is down. Pause in the downward trend. Trend continues down. You know, for how long, I don't know, but for those of you who understand these red and green bar ignored patterns, that is pretty textbook. And coming right into the VWAP too, guys. I mean, 2453 is the VWAP, coming right into the VWAP, and also into that 10 SMA that Steve loves. That 10 SMA, that blue line you see in my 15-minute chart, coming right into it. Will that act as support? Just want to make sure YouTube is pretty dead right now. Okay, Pepe, thank you. Good morning, Nestor, in our YouTube room. Yeah, it's still morning for us. You must be in the West Coast too. Well, actually, it's still morning on the East Coast. So I mentioned this steel case, SCS, earlier. That looks like 12 could be a support area. Okay, looking at this weekly chart, it's actually an earnings play, though it's through the 200. Well, there's the 200-day moving average also. Okay, guys. All right, guys. Well, that for GME, I mean, that red bar ignored, green bar ignored. So there's, again, will that 10 SMA hold it? All right. I'm out of everything now, guys. I'm out of everything. Going to be taking my break in about half an hour. Definitely interested in this ALUR, maybe later on. Takes out the 200-day moving average and that high up here. BFH, Bread Financial. Okay, well, Bread Financial, never heard of this one. Looks like it, I don't know if it was an IPO. I mean, it could have been an IPO right here. Right here. Don't think I really saw this one ever. Anyway, it is, well, I don't know. It says lifetime range is 55%. So, excuse me, if this were an IPO right here, so I don't know, maybe it changed symbol names, or I don't know what to make of this one, BFH. Because obviously at 44, if this was an IPO here, this should be at the top of its year's range, and it says it's at 55%. So I don't know what to make of this exactly. All right, guys, TBLT looks kind of interesting to me, over $4. And, you know, there's the high today, 424. We looked at this earlier, has room. It's had a very, very good week so far. Well, it looks like that is truly it for MGOL, guys. I'm following it as it's been moving down. I mean, I suppose there's a possibility later, but this is a pretty big pullback now. I mean, it's up at 174, underneath $1. That's a pretty big pullback. You can see the 10 SMA, it broke down through it. You guys are talking about Apple. Apple, of course, rarely shows up. Nice on the daily, yeah. 206.79 looks like that's the next low looking left. Now this one, guys, VRNA, there was a big one from last week. well, that's Monday. Big action on Monday. Sold off on Tuesday to a certain extent, and the sell-off continues. 1469. I have to put an alert there. 1469. The low there, because if it takes that out, has a dollar to the next low for VRNA. What happened to the BFH? Did it, wow, kept moving higher. Look at this. What a great move. And you know what? The spread wasn't bad either. It's not bad for this stock. 5-6 cents. What a move. Trying to find out what happened with this. So this is back in April that it started trading. Excuse me, as BFH. See if we have any news that goes back there. No. Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know what happened as it started to trade as BFH right here, but this is, when you look at it, it should be an all-time high, but it is not. I wish this one was settled down a bit. This NNE has just been, they just made another high here, guys, almost. But it's, this is one of these ones in which I guess if you kind of believe in it, this sector, it would have been an awesome swing trade. I know some of the guys at Trade Ideas are swinging this SMR, and I think it's the same sector. Now, I don't know if they're still swinging it or holding. I don't know what. Okay, TBLT on the move, guys. TBLT on the move. Whoa, TBLT, guys. TBLT on the move. On the move. TBLT on the move. Beautiful. And you can see it probably did not win a race. Wow. TBLT, guys. Fabulous. Got to take some profit. Look at this. Got up to 450. Low float. Look at that float. 1.4 million in the float. 41 times normal volume. So again, if you're looking for a good alert window that's going to show you a lot of these ones that are, give you some amazing moves, this momentum scan right here, okay? And that is on my homepage. You'll see a lot of them right here also, but if you're looking for an alert window telling you when a stock is making a new high for the day on momentum, that momentum scan that I share on my homepage is, I think, pretty good. Okay, thank you, Casa. So it was ADS before, okay? And it turned into BFH, okay? Thank you. I knew somebody would figure it out. Daniel, are you talking about TBLT? I mean, you can't chase it. I don't know. You sound like you got it way up here. You had to take it in this area here. Well, 420 isn't bad. I mean, it got up to 451. But you've got to, always be aware of that float. I mean, it's as quickly as it can go up, it can just, accelerate on the way down. Now, it may not be completely over, but it's over for me. Okay, so GME after that green bar ignored now is coming back to the 25 level. And you can see exactly where TBLT, if you guys have been in the room long enough, you know that I think that the 50-cent level for stocks 5 and under is almost as important as the $1. Okay, the whole number in terms of where a stock could get blocked. No, and right to the penny at 450. Oh boy, I'm not in the HIMX anymore, but this is still running beautifully. HIMX, not running beautifully. Not in it anymore. And they don't all have to be low floats. 174 million in the float. That is a great move. 15% move. We'll have to look at NNE, guys. Look at NNE. Probably an all-time high now. Yeah, all-time high right here. Remember, we don't count the post-market. 1449. That was after hours on Tuesday. And speaking of NNE, here we are right there in the momentum scan. And right here, moving up. Rippage, guys. I'm not in it. I'm not in it. Okay, but I point these out. Some of you might look at this right down here. Maybe you would have taken it. All-time high now for NNE, and it looks like it's actually doing better than SMR. SMR last time I looked was yeah. Look at this. I'm assuming they're. I mean, in the same kind of the same nuclear technology in the same sector. Nuclear technology. Gardy moving without me, guys. GRDI moving without me. I was kind of hoping this would happen later on in the afternoon, but it's moving without me now. GRDI. And we now have a halt for GRDI. Now, is this the first halt? This is the first halt. Okay. So look left on the weekly chart. It's above that high. It's above this high, 136, 136. So it's right at those highs. Let's look at a monthly chart. Where could it go? So that high is 136. So 219 is the next high, looking left on a monthly chart. So where could it go? So here is time and sales, Interactive Brokers, okay? This blue screen, nothing to do with trade ideas. So there's your halt, 136, potential open 140. So I'm going to watch this one and see if it can maybe get down below 136. This is one, though, that depending on how it opens, I may chase it a bit. I'm not saying to do the same thing. Now, if it opens at 170 or something, I'm not chasing it. But if it opens a little bit above, just because it's got the room on the monthly chart, I'm not saying to do the same thing. And this is the first halt, I believe. This is the first halt of the day for it. And you can see, guys, I mean, these races are really designed well to find, potential pullback plays because, I mean, the stock that's up here doesn't mean it's at the high of the day. It just means that, I mean, it could have dropped and dropped and dropped, and now it's starting to move. Okay. So an interesting way to find pullback plays if you're into that. Remember, a race is based on a top list window. So this is my top list window, okay? And all I'm looking for, I mean, it's pretty general. Oops. If the stock is between 1 and 50, 200,000 share minimum and up 2% from yesterday's close, okay? That's all it looks for. So if a stock meets those requirements and it starts to move, you'll see it. Now, these are so any, you can create your own top list window, of course, with your criteria. And then you launch the race from it, launch the real-time stock race. And of course, in the guide, it shows you how, I mean, I'm running a 4-minute race, but you might run you can obviously pick a different time period and other options available to you when running a race. I know I had abandoned the race for several months, but kind of liking it again. Now, if the market turns around, these large cap losers, unless there's a specific reason for it to be down, maybe it's an earnings play, maybe it's has some specific news. If the market turns around, all of a sudden the market starts putting in some nice green bars, you can look at these as potential bounce plays because a lot of these will kind of follow the market to a certain extent. Okay. Especially if it doesn't have any specific news for it. Well, where did GRDI go? It went without me. Too much. Yeah, was halted at 136. So I said I might take it if it gets into the 140s and then moves from there, but it just popped way too much, and I think it's halted again. Son of a fill in the blanks, guys. I wanted this to happen later on in the day. Yeah, we'll use that one draw. Great day though, guys, in terms of lots of stuff to watch. Some days can be kind of boring, but even on a boring day with trade ideas, though, you can find, you can always find these movers. All right, guys. So I'll be taking my break in about 8 minutes. Steve will be showing up in our YouTube room. So what I'm going to do now is put the YouTube link in. Hey, Pepe, can I ask you a quick question before I go? Oh, no, I'm always going to wait. The question in our YouTube room. Would I put in a market order on a halt and just see if I get filled? No, I won't do that because I could get filled immediately and then it could drop on me. Okay, so I don't do that. Now, some might. Sorry, I didn't mean to put the YouTube link in there, guys. Obviously, you're in YouTube now, so remove that. But that's me, Alex. Okay, that is me. So the question really was, okay, on the GRDI halt, could I put in an order at say to take it at 144 or something while it was halted? Could have done it, and in this case, sure, it would have worked. But I'm not going to trust that it's going to. I get filled, and then it could drop immediately too. So I'm just not. I'm pretty conservative when it comes to stuff like that. Oh, I see that NNE actually was an AI alert too, guys. I did not realize that. So yeah, so NNE was an AI alert right here at 1364 before it pulled back at all. It got up to 15, not bad. All-time high. IPO'd here. I've mentioned this one many times. It did nothing for the first 3 weeks. But then the fourth week, the week of May the 27th, which is only less than a month ago, it's just been on a tear from 5 to 15, basically. Okay, guys, I'll put my announcement in. Okay, back around 1 p.m. ET. So here's another one that looks like oh no, I'm wrong. Sorry, I'm wrong. Thought this was an IPO back here, but I'm wrong. You know, and this is, I mean, it's a low float, 23 million, but it's not crazy low. Sweet grass or sweet green, sorry, sweet green, 29.25. That is the next low looking left through the whole number of 30. Pretty psychological number, in my opinion. That is SG, and it has some room looking left. 29.25 is the next low. So chasing it right now, but let's see what it does. Maybe it pops up above. Well, first of all, let's see where the VWAP is. So well below the VWAP, 30.93. Now look at GRDI. So halted on the way down now. So again, we're not, no, don't marry these things. Whoa, TBLT. I'm not in it. I'm not in it anymore, guys. Now, trying to test that 450 mark again. Look what it got right to 450. Now I'm going to be on my break, so I'm not going to do anything right now, but I'll stick an alert at 451, see if it takes it out. All right, guys, so I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. I'm sure he's going to show up any second now. And I just heard a little pop, so I think Steve is in our room. So, guys, I'm going to mute myself now in the main room. We'll see you guys in about an hour. And I think you are in the room, Steve.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. All right. You hear me?
Oh,
I am here.
Those who are in YouTube right now, Steve Gomez will be taking over for me for about an hour. Steve is the originator of the trades of the week, champion of the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart.
That's right.
And
Yes,
I've been talking about NNE. Now I know you. I don't know if you're still in SMR, but I thought
I
you
am.
guys might want to look at NNE also.
I've
Looks like
got it
it's exactly the same sector,
right
and
there. It was added to my stream. You see it right there? Because of you, it's now in that watch list right there.
because of me, I feel so honored. Let me see.
Yes. It's just in my
Yes.
watch list. I've got a high-low watch list. I see things that my watch list has a high-low, so I kind of know when certain
Okay.
sectors are going. And so you pulled that up. You showed me that, and I looked and I said, "Oh, I do not want to lose track of this one. It looks like a great trade around type stock." Yes.
It's an IPO too, an IPO from a few weeks ago, and yeah, it's done extremely well since the IPO. Did nothing for the first 3 weeks, and then basically it's tripled. But
By the
it
way,
was
by the
interesting.
way,
Yeah.
by the way, me and SMR have made up. We're buddies now.
Yeah.
I'm definitely in the positive. This has been a great trade around stock for me. Just kind of buying these pullbacks. I came in long last night. Why is that not working? Oh, I came in long last night, bought some there. So, but yeah, loaded up again right there and was taking some profits up here. Extremely happy. And
hmm
I've got 1/3 left. Just kind of use that for a trade around. Maybe I'll add to it again. I don't know. We'll see.
Well, and remember, you weren't cursing. You weren't cursing SMR. You were
No.
cursing the iceberg people.
Yeah. And in hindsight, I'm starting to also think that maybe it was somebody who just wanted to buy this thing lower and they just,
Yeah,
wrote a check to Iceberg. Can you bring this thing down for me so we can load up? Who knows?
exactly. Well, if you look at man, I can't remember. I can't remember the stock. It starts with an L. I think LR something or other. You know, what games can be played? This was one of the big ones from last week. I just can't remember that. Somebody's going to know, but
Yeah.
they announced a financing. I want to say, 2 weeks ago they announced a financing. Stock tanks, and then 3 days later, you know what? We're not going to do the financing. And of course, the stock goes crazy, jumps about 100%. So, what do you think about those games, Steve? Announce a financing, tank the
Uh,
stock, pick it up at like 50 cents, and then it goes to $1.50 when they say, you know what, we're not going to do it.
I
I
don't
mean,
like I don't like any type of manipulation where there's a big group behind it that's just
yeah,
pushing people around. I don't like it. I
I
don't like any
know.
of it. Yeah.
Oh, there's TBLT. Sorry, Steve.
What?
Sorry, Steve. TBLT just taking out another new high. I gotta go.
TBLT.
I know you want. I have things to do. So
Yes,
I know
take
you
some
want to.
time.
Yeah, 5 minutes too. I'll try to relieve you. Okay.
All right. See ya.
Okay. Bye.
All right. Hello, everybody in the YouTube room. Hello, Punit. What are your thoughts about tomorrow? Timeline for XLK, the technology sector, to buy big position in NVIDIA. Let's see. Well, you're starting with XLK, the Spider Sector Technology Fund. I would say you're probably maybe two chess moves ahead of yourself, but I don't like all this airspace. I mention that all the time. There's too much white space on my chart here between the current price and the rising 10 SMA. Now, we're overdue for an overbought correction, which could last a day and a half. So let's assume that maybe this is the beginning of a sell-off, put it today and all the way into tomorrow. And by the time we get to tomorrow, you're looking at that level. You're thinking about its impact on NVIDIA. Okay, well, what I would look at more in terms of its impact, it would be the SMHs, because the SMHs are the semiconductor ETF. What you showed me was just the general, technology ETF, which could include other things. It could include LiDAR. It could include wireless. It could include AI. But when it comes down to it, NVIDIA is partly AI. I mean, it's partly, what am I trying to say, blockchain technology. And it's also, of course, semiconductor. So I would start off by saying XLK and NVIDIA are probably not a good parent-child relationship. It would be more SMH. or SOX, I think is another one. Is that right? They still use that? Or SX? I've always used to use SMH, the semiconductor ETF. And it's showing us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 solid days. Now, interestingly enough, if we move to intraday, like we do a lot, what happened? You suckered a lot of people in here at new highs, and that allowed people who were maybe looking to start to have an exit strategy on some of these giant book paper profits they've got. Use that opportunity. Now, the price tells us the story. Big seller here. The buyers jump back in, but this is the story right here. Intraday, the 10 SMA, 15-minute 10 SMA, grabbed a hold of the price, and the sellers held their ground. And this is where the sellers get aggressive. After bounces, they'll jump in and add to it. And if we continue to kind of see that action today, that could be the beginnings of a nice, what we would call engulfing candle. The engulfing candle would look something like this. It's going to take out the entire green. So if we end today looking like that, don't get excited yet. Well, actually, I think you said you were looking to buy, so don't get too excited yet. You know, the SMH, we need to come down here and fill these levels. So however many days it takes, you know, don't try to predict your plan saying, oh, in 2 days, I'm going to do let the price tell you when it's time. Ideally, it comes down and tests that and then bounces and holds that level right there. And if it blows through, well, then guess what? It's looking for the 20 SMA. And this is probably the more likely scenario. Honestly, if you want my opinion, a nice, healthy, deep pullback into the 20 SMA is a deep pullback, but it's still healthy because it's a higher low along the way. So just keep that concept in mind, Poon. Just don't try to get ahead of yourself on days of the week. Just wait for the price action. And then also, if you're going to look at NVIDIA, I would also look at that SMH. That's going to give you more of a clear definition. Okay. Hello, Shaw. All right. Looks like we're caught up. You know, this market, in my opinion, is just rotating from one thing to another, out of tech into financials, out of financials into small cap. Okay. So the tech we've been looking at, it's a little weak. What about the SPY, the S&P 500? It's still positive, barely positive, flat on the day. IWM, however, negative on the day. It looks a little weak. IWM can't get out of its own way. And then XLF, look at that, just like I was saying. There's a green tick in there. We'll see what happens. It just seems like when one sector gets weak, buyers kind of come in and support another sector. So it's just a constant rotation. 20 SMA, I call that the backstop for good reason. Sometimes it's the price action is so parabolic and so frothy that the 10 SMA is just not strong enough to hold it. The backstop, like a baseball backstop, is why I call it that. So, you know, I will actually do the same right here. I'm just going to say, I'm going to eyeball, look at that. We also have that gap. So to me, the SMH ETF of semiconductors is extremely interesting at that blue line because we're filling a gap and we're probably going to be right at or about the 20 SMA on a beautiful uptrend. This needs to happen. I don't like what we're seeing here. I don't want to start taking new positions today because you're going to be kind of left holding the bag if we have a big sell-off, you know, for the remainder of this week. And eventually you're going to get a correction. Things don't go up forever. And if they do, it's unhealthy. You don't want to be the person playing the game of chicken at parabolic highs. You should have taken your profits by then. And you should, you know, step aside. Or if you insist on playing parabolic moves, you do it with very small size. All right, so some of my positions. I have Patrick just in time. Some of my positions, Patrick. Let's start with Pan Am Silver. I bought it yesterday. I added to it today. I added to it when this candle started getting green and going to highs. Came in long yesterday. So why did I pick Pan Am Silver? Well, CDE has been just going sideways and can't get out of its own way. AG is a deep dive and never really seems to want to bounce. But for some reason, Pan Am Silver just seemed like a really nice play off the 50-day moving average. I'm hoping and praying today, and I'll take it home tonight, if I can get Pan Am Silver to close above the 10 SMA. If I can get it up here. Actually, to take out new highs and close at new highs. I would love that. That'll be a big win for me. I am subsequently also playing the Gold Miners Junior. Now you can see Pan Am and Gold Miners Junior. They both got sold right at the 20. These are why I use these moving averages, because they correlate and they give me a waypoint and they give me a roadmap to decide what's really happening. And what do I mean by what's really happening? No, it doesn't mean sell. It means I expected sellers to jump in there, but I'm going to wait till the end of the day. Because what the mistakes I used to make earlier as a swing trader is, oh no, it hit that 20 SMA. I should probably take the profits midday before, but just because a moving average is there, it doesn't mean it can't be broken. If this thing is in fact going to trend higher, it needs to take that out. So what if I wait till the end of the day and I'm patient and it takes out that 20 SMA? I'm going to be happy with myself that I did not panic and take what medium-sized profit I currently have in Pan Am Silver and GDXJ Minor. Yes, beat. I have a giant chunk of beat. I only have one position that is an investment, and it's beat. There's a story there, and I'm just going to hang around until the market does figure out the story. Am I breaking my rules? Probably, but I'm only doing it with one position because I will be not able to stomach if I get out and say I'll wait for lower prices and they come out with a PR release or news or something happens and I'm staring a 30% gap in the face that I have to chase, and I'm just not going to do that. So I'm pretty much at break even here, and as long as it stays above $2, above the 200 SMA, I'll accept the back and forth, Patrick. Some days it works, some days it doesn't. In terms of portfolio, yeah, these XLFs, they're the strongest thing on the board. It feels like, where the Nasdaq just kind of weak, spiders are kind of weak, technology is weak. So financials and gold and silver are stronger today. Yeah, Patrick, it's just going to be one of those things where you wake up one day and there's a press release or a news article or an FDA study or an approval or God knows what. I don't think this story is going to go away. And I think this product could fill a niche. Very low volume, low float. Okay, guys, girls and traders alike, what do you want to talk about? Oh, there is one more thing that I did, which I'm not exactly excited about. Thank God I took a starter position like I always talk about. Donald DJT, right off the 200, I said, oh, I'll take a starter position, tiny little nibble. After hours, oh, by the way, I thought if that's not enough, I might as well pick up some warrants too, because they're probably going to maybe bounce at this 50-day. And I'm having bad luck lately after hours with liquidity events where SEC forms are filed and dilution happens. So thankfully, the good news is, this is why I say you don't plunge into a full size when you're kind of nibbling a pullback or starting a position. In any case, you get in, you kind of watch it, and then you can add to it when you feel safe. So no reason to add to it yet. When would I add to it? Well, I'm going to add to it when it breaks above these declining moving averages. If it rolls over and goes to lows, I might be forced to just sell it, take some losses. But it's a long day. And what is my intraday cue that the reversal might be happening? It's the first closing candle above my declining 10 SMA, kind of like we had there. Thought we were in the clear yesterday at the close. Good thing I didn't add to it yesterday. Anyway. Stuart, imagine if there were no halts, no rule to halt stocks. Yeah. That'd be, I don't know. That would be interesting. Halts are there to kind of get people to, like a bell between the rounds. Allow news to be disseminated, people to take a break, press change, rearrange before the dice come back out. They have that rule in crypto. So if you're jonesing for no halts, crypto has that. Oh, AG is trying to bounce. Maybe that's going to help some of my. There we go. This PAAS looks like it might want to try. So again, these are silver stocks. I'm going to see how they close. Oh, that's gross when they gap up that much. That's why you got to take half off when they gap up on you, 150%. Because there's just nowhere else to go. And you can try and buy the bounce right there off the 10 SMA, but usually when they've gapped up that much, it's just going to bleed right through. I need a play like that overnight in beat. Here's the short squeeze stocks over here. Talked about this a lot. These are all sorted by change on the day, so they're in motion. But I'm not really looking to take any new positions for two reasons. As I told you, the market is overextended. I don't want to be taking a bunch of long positions, except in silver because they're holding up. They're the strongest stocks of the day. I nibbled a little bit of this riot, but I don't know if I want to keep it. Doesn't really seem to follow Bitcoin. If Bitcoin rolls over, it's not going to help. I actually came in long some Cypher, which is like Riot. It's like a Bitcoin. And I got a gift today, which is nice on this one. So I came in and sold 2/3, kind of like that. And then I actually sold the final third because that was my signal candle. So I'm totally out of Cypher, but I'm happy. I did the best I could to see if it would bounce off of there. It didn't. It gave me a red signal candle closing under the 10 SMA. So I took the final third off. What else did I do? So I'm in Riot, which is similar. It's a blockchain stock, but it's not doing a whole lot. But I kind of like the daily in terms of the way it's doing that. However, that's ominous. So I told myself, which is the second reason I'm not buying stocks, I'll take it if I can get it today, day trade, because I'm out of town Monday, Tuesday. I'm taking some time next week, so I'll be gone Monday, Tuesday. And I don't like leaving town with big portfolios, so I just cut it down to the core positions. I'll tell you, I don't know if any, my 401k account, I trade a couple of accounts, but the 401k one, they switched at Schwab from T+3 or T2 to T+1. So you don't get margin in your 401k. You can't go short. But ever since they have basically, if I sold something in the past, I'd have to wait, 3 more trading days before I got that cash back. But I'm a big fan of what they've done with the next day settlement rule, which is the way it should be. There's no reason with technology that we can't settle these trades and get that cash back and available to me to work. Therefore, I've been doing a lot more day trading. Whereas in the past, it'd be like, I want to hold on to that buying power if I see a swing trade I like. But now it's like every day I just get, a reset. I can just get in, get out, get in. So much nicer. It's like more like a normal account, but being a 401k, I've been used to just having to really slow the thing down like a big ship. So that's pretty much all I'm in right now. I still have a little bit of this SMR, 1/3 of it. I haven't gotten out of this one yet, only because I should have, but I didn't. I don't care. I did in Cipher. Hello, David. They should have changed that settlement 20 years ago. It's amazing how, yeah, they probably made so much money on floating your money overnight, getting to get interest on your money 2 nights because they've already settled the trade internally or whatnot. That's what I like about the XRP crypto. It's a lottery ticket, but if a new quantum financial system comes out that takes out the middleman, where it's just ledger to ledger, things like the SWIFT system, where currently if you want to send money from Brazil to the UK, that money gets floated for 3 days somewhere in the ether. Somebody's making money on that float and the exchange rate, and it's just ridiculous. So XRP, if we ever go to a ledger crypto blockchain technology, I mean to say, and you're transferring money, institutions transferring money from one country to another in their digital currencies, XRP Ripple becomes the glue, the 5-second escrow, if you will. So it goes to currency A, translates to XRP Ripple, then translates to currency B. So it has to go through Ripple. That's the concept. That's the plan anyway. And I'm seeing more and more banks that are adopting it. We're probably still very far away from that. XRP is like my beat. Yes, exactly. Just feel like I might be ahead of the story. Is being under the pattern day trading rule count? Yes. Yeah. Being under the PDT, it's made a big difference. If you get that cash back every day, you can recycle that. You can make more trades. It's the bottom line. So I'm a big fan of them finally giving in, which is a good sign because something's happening where they're having to give in. So if they gave up that settlement time for float income stream, they must have replaced it with something. Exactly. And I like the way you think, David. They're not just going to give up their free money for nothing. They're going to find it elsewhere. They're probably offering premium services to Citadel now for orders. They're probably actually tracking your keystrokes now, and they're going to tell Citadel what stock you're likely to trade next based on your keystrokes. I'm just kidding. NASDAQ on lows. I'm not surprised. So that's the heavy one today. Will that bring the financials down? No, it just makes the financials go up. So this is the market we're in. Not everything drops at once. Something drops and then something pops in terms of sectors or indexes or rotations. Good point. Yeah, exactly, Michael. It's like, yeah, I'll just rip this Band-Aid off and get that cash tomorrow and reuse that cash. Whereas in the past, when you had to wait for settlement days, I'd be like, do I really want to buy this? Do I really want to sell this and have to wait 3 days to get that cash back to recycle it? Yeah, I think we all agree on that one, reading the comments from you guys. Let's see if the NASDAQ is going to pull anything else down. The S&Ps are a little heavy. Russell 2000 still holding up. Whatever. What are those? I bet you those ooh, look at the semis give it up. So now we're in that engulfing candle scenario I mentioned earlier. Look at that. If we closed like this, it is profit-taking time for the semiconductors, but we're not closed. The way this sector has been, the way NVIDIA has been, it does this midday and then it finds God knows where, but it just finds buyers again. So that's why I like to wait till the end of the day. As a swing trader, I want to see what the closing candle is going to look like. I'm not going to base everything on today, but this is a pretty darn good start if you think you may have grabbed the top in the semis. Now, I will confess, the reason I keep pulling up XLF and grumbling is because I picked this one in another account using FAS. Look at that. Here's the ETF. Sell, 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 right down here to into these moving averages. But we have to look at the XLF, the opposite. Buy, 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 buy. Right up. Now we're getting a little wicky here up into the backstop of the 20. I'll tell you this: if we push up and we close back at highs definitively today, I'm out. I'm out of this trade. Forget it. I'm expecting us to kind of just drift back down, and maybe, just maybe, I've got myself a short the banks, short the financial position that I've established this morning. I basically did it. Where did I do it? Just pretty much right here. So, end of the day is the only thing that counts to me. If I have to peel it off at 5 minutes to the close, then I'll do that. Yeah, exactly, Michael. I totally agree with you. It's made it a lot easier to make decisions. Do I keep or do I not? You know, there's AG on highs. That should be good for my silver. And it is helping, yes. Also my GDXJ. And that should, ideally, these are both in the same spot. If you join me late, you know, I'm looking at the GDX, that 10S, sorry, the 20, that red line there. And then also Pan Am Silver. Let's try that again. So here's what I'm looking at over here. I'll tell you what, if we can get a nice green candle to push through and close above, we're in clean air again here. There's nothing really above except for maybe a couple of resistance levels. Long day though, still. We got a lot of time. Yeah, these ones are not helping me. These are my losers today. And it was all just from bad overnight luck, but I'm going to stick around and I'm going to see if they can reverse course and get above my 15-minute momentum line here. If I just, you know, it's happened too often where I sit there and I look at it and I go, oh, woe is me. Why did that have to happen to me? I'm mad. I'm just going to sell it midday. It just doesn't take long before I turn around, I look over, and this thing is doing this. I'll use blue. They should have green on here, but they don't. So I'm going to wait and give it the day, the trading day that is, and see if it can reverse. But that's all that I am looking at. If you guys have any questions or you want me to look at charts, we're at the bottom of the hour already. I'll certainly do that. What's this riot doing? Is it going to, ooh, it's not doing well. It's not doing what I want. Now it's going to come test this 130 period. I'm not going to get spooked out of this one. It's just bouncing around in its range. Ideally, Pan Am Silver, which also is a pretty big position. I would call it I'd call it a 25% position. I had a lot of conviction on it. Whereas BJT is a 5% position. So some of them hurt more than others. Some of them help more than others. I probably will not go home with this much Pan Am. I don't know. We'll see. It just depends on how it closes. Back to lows, IWM at lows. Are you gonna take my FAS? No, you just, for whatever reason, you guys want to buy financials today. Sell semis, buy financials. That's the story so far today. I'll say this, I've been seeing in the last couple of years, a lot of new people come into the market, and I'm not used to the new person coming to the market as the new person that came to the market when I did, and Andy did, and Jamie and Brad and Andy. By no fault of their own, the new person coming to this market is expecting technology to tell them what to do, when to do it, and do it for them a lot more than they should. And I don't blame them. We have that for our ride shares, our weather patterns, our traffic, our deliveries. But trading still requires a human element. We can give you guys the tools, but we can't always tell you how to use the tools. I'm just showing you how I use the tools. Top-down approach. There's PSLV. That just reminds me, silver is strong today. There's really no reason for me to touch these gold mining stocks, GDXJ and Pan Am Silver, because that's where the market's going to lows, and I'm seeing green come through here. Pause, PSLV, AGQ. These are all three silver stocks. So I get a feel. Look at all this red coming through. I get a feel, a pulse of the market. There's no one alert or scan that's just going to blast you in the face and said, buy this or do this. Yes, of course, we have the AI, but the AI still requires a human element. It's only got 4 trades today. NNE is one of them. Well done, AI. That was the best one of the day. Hive, I still believe in. Oh, actually, look at that. That was a pretty big reversal. So what am I saying here? Hive was a great idea, but in reality, the human being needs to see that candle break, that SMA, and say, we're done here. Whereas opposed, the machine doesn't know when to get out. So the point is, human and machine are going to work best together. There's no machine that's just going to come out. I don't care. Whatever advertisements you see, we try to stay away from that claim that come out and just say, hey, I'm up 85% this week. You can too if you just buy my algorithm. I wouldn't trust that. This is why AutoFi is going to be really big soon. AutoFi. What is AutoFi? I don't even know what that is. Is there a symbol on that? Or Auto Financial? I assume. Yeah. People, I guess what I'm saying, and maybe what you're saying too, is the human being just is attracted to a moth-like flame, to a piece of technology that can claim it can do it for them. But I've yet to see that. And I'm telling you right here, I'm not saying the AI can do it for you. It's going to point you in the right direction. It's going to give you good names. But in the end, you still have to understand what's happening and make decisions. And in my experience, the human being is managing trades and exiting them better than the AI could, because the AI is predicting when the best exit can be. And the human is using real-time information to create that, constantly updating context. You'll have to expand on auto FL or auto FI. I don't know what that is. Yeah, they're really going to pick on these today. Well, this is kind of a do or die on this SMR trade. I don't like the way the market's selling off, for one, but I'm going to let SMR tell me what to do with it. If it hits this, we're still 10 minutes away. I'd like to see if it can give us an attempt to push above that moving average. With that other one doing so well. What was the name of that? The one that Barry gave me and the AI took, NNE. Here's where I like the 10 SMA. It opened there, it held there, it held there. So it just becomes kind of a guiding hand for me on the 15-minute time frame. It's pretty easy to see. So what's probably going to happen here? Well, we got close. I just think this is the 5 day moving average I talk an awful lot about, which is really the first fastest line that I use, the first line of defense to see if momentum is going to hold. And you can see how many days it's been since the NASDAQ has even attempted to flirt with touching this line. So I kind of feel like today is likely to be testing that 130. That's kind of what I'm seeing and expecting here. SPY, similar scenario. Very possible we could have some more. And even if it did pull back and touch it, it's very healthy in and of itself. It might hold, but like Brian Shannon, who won't pot it to me, basically says it's nothing more than a level of interest. It's a level to sit back and watch and say, okay, are the buyers going to hold this level, or are the sellers stronger and force the buyers to retreat down through it? If that's the case, that helps me in a lot of decisions that I might have to make. So that's why we call it a level of interest. And here we go again. We're back on lows. Might just be testing it here soon. Just makes me not okay. So now this thing's starting to bug me, this riot. Now it's starting to bug me. We need to have it pop back up above this blue line that I was just discussing. And as you can see, for the most part, it does respect it. So is it going to respect it again here? More often than not, I see, I'm down and I'm like, I don't like being down in this trade, but do I sell it right here just to look back in time and see that I was wrong? However, at the same time, we do have the market. Tech stocks are getting a little weak. Mara is in the same business. They are breaking as well. Bitcoin, that's close to lows. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to put a stupid stop in this thing below these two levels, because if it breaks those, it's certainly heading to this. So I'm just not really in the mood. Ideally, that's the worst of it. So 1060, we'll call it a stop at 1060. So I've got to set up here a stop at 1060 for that amount of riot. All right, we'll see what happens. Probably going to get hit as I speak. What I needed this thing to do was I needed this thing to, kind of follow through its strength on the open and show me that it had something up here. Like I said, I've taken a few profits on a few things. I've got a few things open I'm not going to sell. And I've got a few things that are underwater that I don't want to sell yet. So this just might take a little pressure off the portfolio by putting that stop in there at 1060. All right, I'm caught up here on these chats. If somebody wants to ask a question or look at a stock chart, see how I'm starting to get some green in here. This is the S&P 500 high-low list. So I would expect to see the S&P off of its lows when I type SPY. There it is. It's off of its lows. only because I kind of use this as a pulse for myself. This is the S&P 500, so I can kind of see when it's all red. I know there's some pressure. And this is my watch list. Not everything in here is in my 401k, but these are things I'm just kind of keeping an eye on in real time. A lot of them are similar to this watch list over here, which are just sorting the smallest LTNC. I don't need that anymore. Although it's trying to do something. I'm not interested in that at all. I am interested in silver. I'll keep that. Yeah, I'm glad I got out of that one. So most of these names over here, when I look at it in this perspective, you can see are in green, silver, gold, mining, silver. That's where the interest is today. So, back to my sermon of being a human, you've got to understand, what is in play in the market, and kind of help you focus on. If you're long, as we know already, the semiconductors are not your playground today. You're taking a beating if you're trying to, catch knives and pick lows. So as we see here, the semis have done what I expected. They came and pierced and tested the 5-day. And what had happened? We found buyers at the 5-day. Is that going to be it? Is that all there is? That's the way it's been up until now. So you have to, as a human, say, okay, we expected that bounce. Maybe if you're short, you took some off there. But the next play is going to be what happens when the price comes back into the declining 10 SMA. That's going to be the real test. What's going to happen there? So in day trading, what I used to do was not so much look at it as see, in swing trading, I look at it more of a individual name. Once when a name gets up X percent or X amount of dollars, I feel the itch to take some off. Whereas in day trading, it was more the day in itself as a whole, an aggregate of all the pieces of trades you were putting together, getting in and getting out. And I had a rule, and it literally was back then when I first started trading, $1,000 was my happy point. If I could make $1,000, I was pretty happy. But what I wasn't happy is getting off and going and playing golf and coming back and hearing that Andy made $6,000. And maybe I could have done a lot better if I'd have stuck around and tried harder. So it becomes a point of putting in a circuit breaker. I say, okay, I'm up 1,000, but I'm still going to try and make 1,500 or 1,800. However, if I give back 20%, which means all of a sudden I'm only up 800 on the day, that's when I close it down. And that's when I'm happy. And then I go play golf. I gave it a chance to try and press it, but there's nothing worse than being up 1,000 back then and then driving home negative 100. You kind of have that 2,000-yard stare as you drive home saying, how did I let that happen? So it's a different type of mentality as day trading versus swing trading. So that's how I would address that question. In my perspective, I had a 20% rule. So whatever your happy point is on the day, if you pull back, if you give back 20% of that amount, that's that's what I'd call the house money. That's when you take your chips and you walk out of the casino. For me, my bulk of my profits, if I can get, are like a day and a half. And it was perfectly illustrated by SMR. I was long. I got long down here. This was day one, giant candle. Day two, we didn't get a gap, but we got a push. And I'm like, I am not going to stick around for too much longer. I'm going to take some. So in this case, my day and a half was pretty much on the open. Whereas sometimes a day and a half can take a little longer and then they start taking profits. If I had had a gap up here, I would have taken that too. So perfect swing trade for me is surfing the market in a very short term. Cypher was a lucky one. I got lucky overnight on that one, so I took what I had. Wouldn't really call that day one. Um, Now, let's say, for example, let's say I get day one here and pause. Let's say this thing pops up big and closes. Well, then I'm looking to fade out of day two somewhere midday. And that little chunk on a daily chart is all I'm asking for. I don't want to get more or less. And with this new perfect trade settlement rule, I can really turn around and put that money back to use quickly. And we're getting a lot of green here all of a sudden. So I would not be surprised if I type in SPY and Q to see some even more bounce. There we are. Probably even more buying in the XLF. Yeah. Picked the wrong ETF to try and hedge on the short side, but we'll see. It's not that big. All right. Glad that resonated with you, Stuart. But again, man, I'm gonna on this XLF trade. I don't want if it closes like this right here at the end of the day. If this is what it looks like at the end of the day, I'm getting out. I don't want it. I'm aware of the rotation. I'm just in the wrong one. I didn't have the guts to short the SMHs today. That's where the selling occurred. But the proceeds from the selling are turning right around and buying into financials, at least for now. It's a long day. Let me see what the close looks like. Okay. Looks like we're caught up. Where do you guys want to go from here? What the Treasury's doing? Yeah, they're flirting. I don't believe that for a second. Oil. So this is my I really need this one. If I had to pick one trade that I need to go, it's this one because I've got a ton of it. And we're coming back. This is a good sign. We got stuck at the first attempt to break above the 20 SMA, and that was expected. I didn't panic. Let the military and the army pull that battering ram back again, get a dry hold on the log, and let's push through again and see if the second time usually is the one. But the hard part is being patient enough to sit through that battering ram, reassess, give the troops a good warm meal and a new grip on the battering ram and see if we can get through the second time. It's very unusual for it to cut like butter on the first one. You're going to find a level where somebody's going to try and defend it. And in my case, the 10 and the 20 SMA and this 150, this 130 here, the 5-day, that's all I need. And that kind of gives me enough, to know, could I use Fibonacci's? Yeah. Could I use VWAP? Sure. But I don't want too many indicators. There's nothing wrong with using Bollinger Bands and Fibonacci's by itself. If you can make it work, then you're an all-star. That's all that matters. It's like picking up a guitar. Not everybody has to sound the same. This is what I want to see. I want to see PSLV coming through. Right, Patrick? It's a good looking chart there on that daily. This is the Sprott Physical Fund. You can see it's already busted through its respective 20-day moving average. This is what I want to see for Pan Am Silver at the end of the day, if not sooner. PSLV up 4.3. Wow. SLV is only up 4%. SLV is the ETF. It's a paper ETF that says, yeah, we got silver. But PSLV is a private fund that says, yeah, come and take a look. Here's our audited statement. We have the silver. So if you're going to trust silver on paper, I would trust PSLV over SLV. It's just another step of, transparency, as they're audited and they'll prove that they can substantiate what they say they own in their prospectus. Whereas I don't know about so much of the SLV fund. Maybe I'm wrong. What's going on? Oh, something's working for me. What is it? It's pause. That's certainly helping. Beat is trying to come back. That's always helping a little bit. I think SMR might be trying to help. Yeah, barely. Riot. We've got our stop and riot. And then I just turn my back and I say, boy, am I glad I didn't get all hissy in the moment and just hit the sell button to feel better. I told Andy, sometimes it gets down here and I say, the only way I'm going to let this thing go midday is to detach from it emotionally and just say, put a stop in 6-7 cents lower and turn your back. And then for the moment, I feel like I did the right thing there. And then the albatross around my neck are these overnight dilutions that happened in DJT and DJTWW. But as I mentioned yesterday, thank God I only nibbled like 1/3. That's what I do to enter a position. I don't plunge in the full percent. And I still have full 3 hours on the day to see if I can get these things to at least try to come back and cross through the declining 10 SMAs. Let's see what happens. All right, I'm not going to be much longer, so if you had anything you wanted to ask, it's a good time to speak up now. Yes, there'll be another high. That's what I want to see. Oh, heavy breather. Or that's a vacuum cleaner.
Jeez. I'm hardly breathing. I'm seriously. In fact, when I do this, I actually try to hold my breath just to see. And I was holding my breath, so I don't know what's going on.
Well, I heard the vacuum cleaner in the background, I think, or something.
Probably heard my computer whining a little bit.
Ah, boy. All right.
So my question to you is, did you take NNE?
No, I didn't. Let me look.
Too extended for you, probably, right?
Too extended, yeah. Yeah, I talked about how it's why the 10 SMA is my favorite. There's been about 7 touches. If I'd have seen NNE on one of those touches, I might have. But then I get a little nervous when I see 3 or 4 days of 100% moves in 3 or 4 days. I start to have musical chairs in my head of the game they put at birthday parties.
Yeah, but it's amazing, isn't it, Steve? When you see some of these moves that, even on a daily chart for NNE, but even some of the more dramatic ones. This is pretty dramatic, but even more dramatic. And you look, you go back 8 days, and you see a nice big green candle. You say, well, that must be it. And the next day, another green. Oh, that must be it. And you keep saying over and over every single darn day, well, that's got to be it. And of course, what can happen. The heck with it, I'm going to buy it. And then that is it.
Yep. Well, I love these stories. The more I looked into that SMR technology, and then you bring up NNE, and I forgot about Brian Shannon showed me this, and I lost track of it. I think he showed me back here. I think it's an incredible, fascinating technology that could be a very quick solution for a lot of taxed energy grids around right now, even in emerging countries. To build a nuclear facility is like a 10, 12-year project, but these things, they're modular. It's like a modular home. All that stuff's kind of done in the factory. All they got to do is drop in, dig a hole, and do a few more things, and they can be up and running pretty quick, and they can serve us a small area pretty darn quick.
Yeah, no,
cleanly too.
it isn't very interesting, as you say, interesting technology, and the ease of it. It's like seemingly the ease of it.
You know,
That's
I gotta pull the group here. I saw a funny video. I'm from California, and we don't think we have an accent, but somebody said, "Oh no, you have an accent." And the girl said, "What do you mean?" She was fixing a snowboarding boot. And she said, "What's the name of that board?" And she goes, "It's a Burton." He said, "No, it's a Burton." He said, "Say mountain." She said, "Mountain." And I realized we do talk like that. We have silent T's here in California. It's
well, I don't know,
kind of
but I mean, I
silly.
would say mountain also. I mean,
Really?
mount. I mean, I
Okay.
suppose it is mountain,
A
but
lazy
I would say
T, but she
mountain.
got called out for it. Made a video, and I thought, is that true? Do Californians have an
No,
accent? Like,
no.
okay,
California
all right,
accent to me is laid back, surfer dude
laid
type
back.
accent. You know,
The best one was that
that's on
Saturday
you.
night live one when they would do. I had to take the 405 to the
Oh
718.
yes.
The Californians. That
You
was called. Literally was called the Californians.
Californians, you really
Yeah.
had to know about the, as you say, the 401 this and all that.
Oh,
But
I lived in
it
Los
almost didn't
Angeles.
matter.
Yeah,
It
I
almost
lived
didn't
in Los
matter.
Angeles, and I knew
Yeah.
all the routes they were taking. Because when you live in LA, you got to know your surface streets.
Oh
It's pretty
yeah.
funny.
I'll bet.
All right, I
Anyway,
better
well,
run,
we
Barry.
wasted. Okay. Bye.
Yeah,
See you
just
next
look
week.
at the time. Okay, see you. Bye.
Bye. There you guys. I've just taken over, and get rid of the announcement, and just get my music going. So yeah, so Steve and I were talking about NNE, guys. I mean, I'm not in it. I blew it completely. I should be in it over a 14 break, but now I wouldn't call this easy, with the topping tails and the bottoming tails. But nonetheless, you've probably heard me talk about this for 3 weeks now, and the reason why it drew my attention is because Steve and a few other guys at Trade Ideas are in this SMR. And it appears to be similar well, certainly the sector looks the same, but anyway, it is what it is. Now, when I was leaving, boy, oh boy, look at TBLT. I wish I'd had still a portion of it. My goodness, got up to 525 before the big collapse. Now, let's see. It's got a few things. It doesn't look like the MGOL is going to do anything. Now, Zap 110 races. Okay. So keep an eye on Zap, because this is one of those ones that later on in the day, it's kind of resting a little bit. Certainly not consolidation, but the longer it holds over 3. In fact, I'm going to stick an alert around 330 and see if it takes that out with some volume, because if it does that, it could have a chance to challenge that high of the day and go through it. Could, as William likes to do, puts in quotation marks, it may do it. Definitely a bit of a chop fest for Winnebago WGO. Well, the last time I looked at SCS, I was talking about how that 12 level might hold it. So far, it did. Okay. I mean, it dipped a little bit below, but when you looked at the weekly chart, you saw all sorts of potential support for SCS, and it's an earnings play. And now it has had a pretty nice little bounce. Yeah, definitely keep an eye on Zap, guys. I mean, for a late day run. Won 11 races, and it's got that look. It's making higher lows. Made lower highs on the way down, but it's making higher lows on the way up, and takes out this level. It's not a low float, 42 million in the float. It's not low. Doug. People whose names are Doug. I mean, what? Doug. DOUG. I don't know these guys at all. Douglas Elliman. Real estate brokerages. Okay. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Yeah, to me, there's just too much resistance not that far away for Doug. I think Fling is happening for the first time today, guys. Showing up in the momentum scan. Yeah, you can see why. Look at the volume that's coming in. FLNG 27 is the next high. You can take out 27. I mean, this is the magic area, maybe up around 28. But some volume coming in. You can see a couple of big volume bars, biggest ones of the day. The last two 15-minute candles. Okay, guys, as I wait for something to happen, I'll go over my home page one more time. So this promo code we have, the email. If you get the email, you could have seen that it was supposed to be over last night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time, but they have extended it for at least one day. So my feeling is probably it's over tonight at 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. So there's a Father's Day promo code, thanks Dad, 25, and that'll get you 25% off the first month only or the entire year. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use whatever promo code you see on my homepage. That'll help to keep the room free. The room gets credit for the subscription, helping to keep the room free. If you do take out a subscription, you must do to get started. 10 short videos. If you're new to trading, Trading 101. Series of videos designed for those of you who are brand new to trading. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week. Steve probably went over the trade of the week. I don't think it pulled back to the level he was suggesting. But you'll get the trade of the week start before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. And then you're looking for my scans. If you click on my homepage link, just scroll down until you get to the scan section in the middle. And you click here, and here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. These are the three races right up here that you can see. This is the halts resumes over here. But I have other scans. You hear me talk about the momentum scan a lot. And also the breakouts, and the breakdowns right here. So I have other scans that I am sharing that you cannot see. If you have any questions about them, you can, of course, ask me about them. So Fling, guys, FLNG. Okay, how about the Guardi now? GRDI had that big run from 91 cents. This is at 10:30 all the way up to $1.60. It has pulled back. And the VWAP is at 114. So what did it do? Yeah, it kind of pulled back into to the VWAP. I mean, almost to the penny. And that's where it held. And moving from there again. Now, I mean, you got these topping tail. I mean, it's very choppy. And 23 million in the float. So low float situation. Oh, Poe, I think you're looking at this LGVN, aren't you? Well, okay. It's above Tuesday's high. Next high is 325. Oh, ugly. ASTS, very ugly looking. Topping tails, bottoming tails. Oh, what a great one. On that five break, guys, on that five break right here for ZNTL. But again, where are you going to put your stop? Because you've got all these bottoming tails to contend with, and topping tails. I mean, the topping tail up and it sells off, moves higher, sells off. Just not smooth for me anyway. Some might look at that and go, well, you're crazy. Maybe you have to have a 60-minute time frame or a 2-hour, I don't know. So here's another one, guys. ALUR that may be holding the VWAP. 257 is the VWAP. It's at 267 now. But again, big topping tail. That was the first time actually it held the VWAP. And then a big topping tail got up to almost 3, and then it's pulled right back. So it's just, to me, I don't have a clear enough indication. The first time was fine. I mean, it might do it, but I just don't have a clear enough indication for me. All right, aluminum play, CENX. Ugh, another one, jeez. Now, I haven't seen this one for a while. IHS. Yeah, it's just too much for me anyway. Too much resistance, potential resistance, not that far away. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, back. I might put myself on mute for a while, though, guys. I mean, listen, if there's questions, I may start doing that a lot more. I'll be looking at things, and if I find something that might be interesting, I'll pop in. But otherwise, if there are no questions, I just don't want to, yap about nothing, to be honest. So remember, this is a support room also. What's had a nice bounce is that ACB, actually. It's probably gone positive now. Probably barely, not quite. Yeah, it's had a nice bounce. It's an earnings play. A lot of action on it in the pre-market, up to a little over $6. But then at 8:30 Eastern time, 8:30 Eastern time, the descent from $6 down to $5.20. Yeah, it looks like there are some volume. There's some volume. Yeah, there it is. Another new high. Yes, Gardy, new high, GRDI. The new high of the day. So showing up here, okay, every time it makes a new high on the volume that's coming in. And of course, it's showing up here in the race. I wonder if Pepe is around. There he is. Now, hopefully, you don't need one of those obesity drugs around. Anyway, guys, I want to ask Pepe a question. It's got nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, so pardon the intrusion. I'm just wondering, in Interactive Brokers, Pepe, I know you know it fairly well. That appears to be one of the major reasons why my computer goes a little bit crazy. Okay, so I was looking at it, and I'm wondering if I assign more RAM, would that make any difference at all? The default is 760 something megs. But what if I don't know, what if I assign 2 gigs to it? Would that make any difference at all? I actually tried that, but I didn't give it enough time. I don't know enough about something like that, though, if that makes any sense at all, devoting more RAM. And the other thing I'm thinking of is I'm assuming, see, what happens is it starts to degrade, longer into the day. So I'm wondering I'm clicking on so many alerts, and I'm wondering if all those, symbols are being cached somewhere, and that is causing an issue. And could I remove the caching, because I don't care about the caching at all. I mean, I've never found a problem. Every time I click on an alert at the beginning of the day, and it's not cached. Of course, at the beginning of the day, I'm finding it loads no problem at all. And so I understand the idea of caching, so you have more rapid access, but I just haven't had. I don't think that's an issue. So I'm wondering if there's a way in which I can say, don't cache, or make the cache so minimum. Okay, so if I say, okay, I'll increase it to 2 gigs then and see what happens. I'll do that for tomorrow. But I'm wondering about the caching. If that's something I could tell it not to do. You see, because what I've done is I shut down Interactive Brokers during my break, and it's not bad right now at all. So I'm sorry, guys. I know I'm sort of hijacking. What the heck? Well, you wouldn't have an issue probably, but I'm wondering if that is a problem with, with me. I guess I should look at the cache setting. I'll just do and see if there's any way I can say, either don't cache or minimize and only hold a certain number. Well, you guys and your SMCI, you really, yeah, wow. There's another not 1,000 down to 900. So, I usually shy away from these, but that's a 10 percenter. Wow. Somebody knew, William. Somebody knew. Don't lose sight of Zap, guys. Okay, ZAPP. Don't lose sight of Zap. I have a price alert around 331, and it's trying to hold a few things. It's trying to hold the VWAP at 3, that 10 SMA that Steve loves, that blue line. If you can see on my 15-minute chart, trying to hold that. Trying to hold 3. A whole number. And the volume is dwindling. But if we get some volume coming in, it maybe takes out. And why 330? Because I'm looking at the 15-minute chart, and it looks like if it can get through 330, it could have a potential shot at the highs of the day or the high of the day. But I'm not anticipating that's going to happen. I just have a price alert set in that 330 level, and we'll see if it takes that out on some volume. Because if it does, obviously it's got room. 681 on the weekly chart. Makatawa. That's Bank Corporation. MCBC. This is an all-time high up here. Looks like it anyway. All right. So William says he will keep the room open until around 4 o'clock. Okay, the main room. I'll be taking off around 2:30 or so. 2:30, between 2:30 and quarter to 3. Maybe earlier if there's just no questions. Boy, this reminds me a little bit like the NRIX that we saw on on Tuesday. Just sneaky one, just up, 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 up. And I'm talking about the MCBC. Not very much volume. Spread's not bad though. 2 cents. Another one, guys, SGRP is starting to show up. SGRP, but same thing. Look left. What do we see? We see 242 or so. Could be some resistance. Then the next one is at 259. Now, obviously, if it could get through all that, you've got up to the 3 level, but, I cannot predict it's going to take out all this. But some volume coming in, SGRP. Okay, guys, I'm just going to mute myself for a minute or so. All right, I'm back. Donald Sutherland. Well, guys, HPE has maybe too much hype today, but I'm going to watch this one going forward. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys, I know I'm nagging, but ZAPP, keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on it for this, for maybe a late day run, ZAPP. Okay, look at Grail here, guys. GRALV. Okay, look at this one. So this looks like it started trading at, well, did start trading as GRALV here last week. Again, I don't know if this is an IPO or Illumina. Okay, so this was a spin-off. Illumina to spin off Grail unit on June 24th. So I don't know, did they do it earlier? Don't understand this. Because it's starting to trade as Grail. Illumina concede. This is back in December. Illumina concedes plans to divest Unholy Grail. So this is, so Illumina getting rid of this. But I don't understand because this headline says so that news came out on the 11th that they were going to spin off Grail unit on June 24th. It is obviously not June 24th, guys. It is it started trading as Grail last week. And done quite well. I mean, the it opened at 1314, so it's at 1885 right now. I think I accidentally shut down the other room. Just give me a moment. There's the zap. Yeah, no, you're right. I accidentally hit the wrong tab. So just give me a moment. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I'll get the screen sharing going. You're right, William. I hit the wrong tab, and it shut the room down. Meanwhile, Zap, guys. Now I was talking about Grail. I don't know. I know the people in YouTube would have heard me talk about Grail. Okay, thank you, Pepe. Actually, I put it at 3, so I'll reduce it to 2048. Okay, thank you. Yeah, well, that's what I was reading. I have no idea if I was on mute when I was reading it because, yeah, this Illumina it was kind of forced to divest it. Okay, where is that grail again? I want to see that grail again. Here you are. Ooh, okay. Forget it. I'm just looking now. Look at the spread 1875, 1925. Now, it wouldn't matter if we know it's going up $3 or $4, but that Grail says company will continue to be held separate with committed funding from Illumina. But right now it's untradeable. I mean, look at that spread 1875, 1925, untradeable. Now, when I say that, yes, you can trade it, but I mean, I wouldn't. Because you've got to go in at 1925 in order to get it right now. And they could yank it back right back down to the bid of 1875. So you'd be down 50 cents immediately. You have been looking at socks all day. Okay, this is something I don't play or trade, but let's take a look at socks. I'm sure. Oh, I see. Yeah. So this is the bear. So if you think things like Nvidia, etc., are going down, you buy this, and it's a three time pop. No, you may start to hear some outside noise. They are spraying the lawns today with some kind of well, I'm going to call it a pesticide. Maybe that's not the right term. So you might hear some action outside my window. So there's SOX long. So yeah, so there's the difference. So if you thought eventually you're going to get a bounce, you buy this one, SOX long. Other one is a SOX short. And there's our class clown at work again. SGRP, guys. SGRP. No, this is an old one. So yeah, this scan, which is usually very active, has gone in mini hibernations. SGRP was the last alert we had, 126. It is now 142 Eastern time, of course. So not much happening from that scan. Again, that's a very active scan. HAO. Now this got halted a lot earlier. Yeah, it got halted at okay, it got halted actually at 591 and then it dropped. So it's actually now at that original halt price of 591. Interesting, maybe. Zap, guys. Okay, Zap is getting extremely interesting to me right now. All right, let's see if it moves. Now this HAO now, it's over that, I mean, it has been, yeah, again, look at the spread, 574, 606. It's just too hard to commit, in my opinion. All right, guys. Zap is giving us something. All right, guys. Zap is giving us something. I've taken some off just over 350, okay? I was actually going to take some off just underneath 350, wondering if I could take it out at 50-cent level, but I took some off just over 350. And you can see there was my alert price at 331. Now let's see if I can really rip through that 350 and challenge the highs up here, 374 or so. Yeah, it's just struggling a little to get through that 350, guys. I got up to 356. And the volume did come in a little bit. Just needs a little more volume to really, you got to watch it, guys. That could be it. Like I'm jumpy on it. Jumpy, not jumping on it. Jumpy on it. That's why I took some off over that 350 mark. Wow. I mean, I don't think we have cons in Canada. I'm pretty sure we don't. But I think this used pretty big company. No, used to be anyway. Look at the monthly chart. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Did get as high as 30 back in June. So about 3 years ago, it was a $30 stock, $2 now. All right. Well, that's out Zap for me, guys. That's why I'm so glad I took some off over the 350 mark. Well, Poe, good luck on that Zap. Okay, guys, SkyX. Haven't seen this one today. Just making its way over $1. SKYX. Looks like it started trading as SkyX back here. No, I'm wrong again. Earlier than I thought. Okay. For the GME followers, breaking over 25. Very choppy. Wow. Traded both ways today, guys. I didn't, but I mean, you could have traded it both ways today. Now, how interesting could this one get? AMKR. Look at the room it's got. It had a great 3-day run. 36, almost $3 to the low of Tuesday. Starting to give it up. Had a little pop up. Starting to give it up. A lot of shares also available. 12 million at Interactive Brokers. So and this looks like it's going to close down below that magic 10 SMA. What do they do? Semi. So it's a semi. Okay. In that sector. Okay, guys, I have a little more than half an hour. I'm probably going to take off at around 2:30, unless there are questions. SD, yeah, I actually have NNE as a thumbnail chart. SD in our YouTube room talking about NNE. Yeah, I mean, it's close to 15. There's that 10 SMA that Steve loves. And let's see, 158. So it's got but a minute and a half to close. Let's see if it closes above the 10 SMA. Well, that's okay. You can spell it with a Y or an IE. Yeah, well, how the mighty have fallen. TBLT was just awesome way up here at 526, and now really starting to move down. No, I don't know about a tight stop on NNE. That is pretty volatile, but up to you, of course. I mean, you've got a 10-cent spread, number one, but depends what you mean by a tight stop. I mean, just look at these topping tails and bottoming tails, so. But you're right. It could go on a run and maybe get challenged the high of the day, which is about $1.50 away. Mentioned this one a lot earlier, guys. It's EMKR, just over $1. Now. Well, I mean, this has room, obviously. Understatement. I mean, look at the room it's got. EMKR on that weekly chart, it's almost $3. Almost $3. Low float, 8 million in the float. And this is for MCOR, EMKR. Boy, this has a look. This has a look of a maybe a second day continuation. Where did it come from? 94 cents. 2 days ago, it did get up to 125. That was on Monday. Hmm. Here's another one, guys. AISP, another one that is kind of challenging the VWAP. The VWAP is 5. It got right down into the VWAP, trying to hold, but it's also below the 10 SMA. So it's kind of stuck in between the VWAP and that 10 SMA, that blue line. I mean, this, it drives me crazy here. I mean, this GRALV, what is awesome, except the spread is crazy. Look at it now, 19, 20, 49. I mean, it looks really, really good. It's an all-time high for this. This is a spin-off from Lumina, I guess. But it made it almost untradeable because of the spread. And it's not like it's only trading 20,000 shares. I mean, it's 511,000. I mean, it's not bad. Huge float too. I mean, it's a huge float. I mean, they're really trying to make it difficult to take this trade. 19, 2048 bid ask. All right, guys. Just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, not seeing too much. Yeah, HIMX has been pretty awesome all day long. Other than this little bottoming tail there, it has been kind of straight up. I was in this one early. I got out. The original alert was right here, 8:15, right there at 9:53. So the price was 8:15. This is in the combo scan. All right, AMKR now, guys. After that little bit of a pull up here, is starting to wend its way down now. AMKR. Man, HIMX just keeps making a new high after new high. And where could it go? Let's take a look on a monthly chart again. $870. That was back in February of last year. So not quite a year and a half ago. It is approaching the highs of about a year and a half ago. Okay, Gordy, GRDI, not a high yet. 169 is a high, it looks like, of the day, but some volume coming in. GRDI. Well, this is an interesting one, guys. TOST, look at what's happening on the 15-minute chart. You can kind of see that if it can dime away, if it takes out 25.30, which is the high of kind of all this on the 15-minute chart, 25.30, and then when you look left on the daily chart, the next high is 26.28, about $1 away. So this has some opportunity if it takes out 25.30. And I'll put an alert right there. See if it takes it out, because it's got about $1 to the next high. And that is TOST. Okay, guys, about 15 minutes for me. So again, if you have any questions, good time now. Okay, guys, on mute for a bit. All right, guys, back. All right, guys, again, for those of you following GME, nice pop off 25 now. High on Tuesday was 25.97. The highs before that were around the 29 level. Mentioned this MCBC earlier, and it continues to inch its way up. It has and a nice spread, 1 to 2 cent spread right now anyway. Looks like there could be some resistance around 1450, and that is for the MCBC. That would be an all-time high. Oh, stick an alert up in that area. See if it takes it out tomorrow. That will be an all-time high for this Makatawa. Hmm. Okay, guys, listen, I'm not seeing any questions now, so I think maybe I'll wrap up even a little bit earlier. So William will keep the room open until 4 o'clock. Again, thanks for all the help. And I will put the main room link into our YouTube discussion area. Okay, so there is the main there. If you still want to talk about trading, etc., you can get over there. There's the trading room and support. William will keep it open until 4 o'clock. Yes, Nestor. Got to watch this one tomorrow, guys. MCBC. Yeah, go ahead, please. Don't like if you guys have questions. Don't hold back. If I can't help you, I will. I'll let you know. But don't hold back. Yeah. So that's okay. From a person. So the question is, how much do you think it's good, like a daily profit goal? I mean, personally, I don't. Okay, I'm not going to say if I make $500, I'm shutting down. I think it's good to have a daily loss goal for sure. If you lose a certain amount of money, shut down. But I don't have like a daily profit goal as such. Now, what I will do though is if I have an early trade that I do very well on, okay, probably what I'll do is I'll sort of scale back on how much I'm risking on the next trades if I trade at all, okay? So that is one thing that I will do, but I don't have a shut off that if I make $500 or $1,000 or whatever that number is, I just stop trading. But again, that's just me. That's not to say that's the way to do it. Okay. But I would definitely have a daily loss goal. Well, not goal, but a daily loss number that you hit that, you're out. Don't look back. Don't revenge trade. Turn your computer off and start again tomorrow. It's hard. It's one of the hardest things to do because, the natural instinct is to say, I got to make this back. Again, Nestor, I don't have 3%, 4%, 10%. I don't think like that at all in terms of a goal. Others might. Now, 3% of what? If you've got $100 account, 3% isn't great. If you've got if you got $100,000 account, 3% is pretty good, maybe. When I go to my homepage, I'm unable to click on my scans. Okay, give me a moment. Well, first I'll put my homepage link in. Make sure it's working. I know it's working, but I'll make sure. Impossible for me to say, Shaw, a $20,000 account, $400 a day, realistic. Sure. If you have discipline, if you've got, if you've got a decent strategy and you're obeying all your rules, I suppose, sure, anything is possible. But all right, so clicking on my homepage link. So this is a question I have. So EFB3. So click on my homepage link. You should see this and then scroll down until you see my scans. Do you see all that? Do you see the scan section? EFB3, do you hear me? So when you say it won't let you click, so you see where it says open scan, all these are clickable, okay? So when you say it won't let you click, so if you click on open scan, it is not showing up in a tab. No, what do you mean by the other? Oh, I see. Ah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Now I understand. Okay, so this you must have cached this from a while ago. I know. I now I know what you mean. Okay, so you mean that the click here is not evident. You can see the click here and the click here, but not here. I understand now. Okay, so if you keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard, okay, keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard, and you see that the little refresh icon. If you click on it, okay, then the click here should be evident. It should show up. So again, control key pressed down on your keyboard and click the refresh icon. Hopefully you can see what I'm pointing to. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, it happens every now and then. The gentleman who looks after my home page, if he makes a change in one of my scans, and that's what happened. I had him add the large cap losers. Yeah, for some reason, this disappears. And so you've got to go through that and then it becomes clickable again. That was a couple of weeks ago. So you must have an old cache of it. Yeah. Well, yeah, it doesn't happen on the other. Of course, yeah, he hasn't had to make any changes to the other ones. Are you talking about my account, average percent return on my account? Or are you talking about in general? I have no idea, Daniel. I honestly have no idea. No idea what goals are. It's so long ago, that for me, I was just happy to make $5, at the beginning. All right, guys, it is now 2:30. If there are questions, I'll certainly stick around. Okay. But if there are no questions, I will take off and hop on my bike. Well, NVAX, yeah, but it's actually come back a little bit. So it looks like this is a support area. It looks like, yeah, I got as high as 25, 24. And it's been, ever since that day, it's been basically moving down, down, down. Maybe this is a support area. But, this is a difficult intraday trader, in my opinion. I mean, it's just too choppy. Okay, guys, I don't see any questions. So I think I will pack it in for myself. So I'm going to shut down the screen sharing. So Nestor, I'm not sure I understand. Did I think differently than how you were supposed to make a profit? I don't understand that question. Remember now, I've been trading for a long time, so how I can't even remember how I was thinking way back when. Yeah, I can't even remember. I mean, at the very beginning, I was very, very attentive, but I'm talking, well, of course, only you people on YouTube can hear me now. I was very tentative about doing anything, hitting the submit button, and wasn't used to online trading at all. So I started off very, very conservatively. And then as I, gained some confidence, I started to increase. But it wasn't a matter of, I want to make $100 a day, $50 a day. At the very beginning, I was just happy enough, just actually the mechanics of placing trades online. Just that, because I've been trading for a few years now, so sort of at the beginning of all of that, I was still used to calling up my broker and having him do the trades and all that, and so it took me a while to get used to just even trading online. But that's a long time ago. And I had no real basis behind trading. In other words, I really didn't have any courses I'd looked at. I had no simulator. I couldn't practice trading. There are all sorts of things. I mean, now it'd be very, very different if I was starting out. I would get into a simulator and probably spend several months in a simulator before I did anything. Okay, guys, I think YouTube, I think that's it. So I will now shut down. We will see you guys at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Be on the mic.